Members, you may be seated. Thank you. And we're on A4. Committee of the Whole is resumed. We are on Bill 5 on Amendment A4. I see the Honourable Government House Leader rising.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report progress on Bill 5 and report Bill 2, 8, and 9.
Having heard that motion, all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. So carried. We need the mace back. The Honourable Member for Barrhead, Morinville, Westlock.
Madam Speaker, the Committee of the Whole has had under consideration certain bills. The committee reports the following bills: Bill 9, Bill 8, Bill 2. The committee reports progress on the following bill: Bill 5. Madam Speaker, I wish to table copies of all amendments considered by Committee of the Whole on this date for the official records of the Assembly.
Does the Assembly concur in the report? All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. So carried. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to ask for unanimous consent for 1-minute bells for the remainder of the evening sitting, including on the First Division of Committee of the Whole.
Having heard that motion, I will ask one question only on a unanimous consent motion. Is anyone opposed? Please say so now. So ordered.
Committee of the Whole.
All you cool cats and kittens, I'd like to call Committee of the Whole to order. Committee of the Whole has under consideration Bill 5. We are on Amendment A4. I am seeking speakers to the amendment. Seeing none, I will call the question on Amendment A4. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. An amendment is defeated. A division has been called. Ring the bells. Honorable members, a division has been called on Amendment A4 with great silence. All those in favor, please stand.
Shepherd, Member Al-Maliki, the Honorable Ms. Ganley, Ms. Wright, the Honorable Member Phillips, the Honorable Ms. Gray, the Honorable Member Ceci, the Honorable Member Hoffman, Ms. Hoyle, Ms. Pancholi, Mr. Ellingson, Ms. Renault, Ms. Chapman, Member Irwin, Ms. Elgenade, the Honorable Mr. Egan, Member Kayende, Mr. Diol, Member Tejada, Mr. Epp, the Honorable Ms. Sigurdsson, Dr. Metz, Member Loyola, Mr. Kozowski, Member Eremenko, Ms. Goring, Member Boparai, Member Batten, Mr. Haji, Mr. Jack, Ms. Hayter, Member Brar.
All those opposed to the amendment, please stand. With great silence.
The Honorable Mr. Guthrie, the Honorable Mr. Glubish, the Honorable Mr. Nicolaides, the Honorable Mr. Williams, the Honorable Minister LaGrange, the Honorable Mr. Horner, the Honorable Mr. Scow, the Honorable Mr. Ellis, the Honorable Mr. Amory, the Honorable Mr. Newdorf, the Honorable Mr. Lowen, the Honorable Mr. Wilson, the Honorable Mr. Jean, the Honorable Mr. Dreesen, Mr. Long, Mr. Yao, the Honorable Mr. Turton, the Honorable Mr. Nally, the Honorable Mr. McIver, the Honorable Ms. Furr, the Honorable Mr. Jones, the Honorable Mrs. Sawney, Mr. Getson, the Honorable Mr. Sigurdsson, the Honorable Mr. Yassine, the Honorable Mr. Hunter, Mr. Rosewell, Mr. Van Dyken, Mr. Sear, Mr. Lunty, Mr. Wiebe, Mr. Boychenko, Mr. McDougall, Mr. Wright, Ms. Petrovic, Mr. Stefan, Mr. Dick, the Honorable Ms. Armstrong-Homenuk, Ms. DeYoung, Mr. Sinclair, Mr. Bouchard, Mr. Singh, Ms. Lovely, Mrs. Johnson.
Madam Chair, total for the amendment 32, total against 44.
Members, that amendment has been defeated. I'm seeking speakers to the bill, Bill 5, in Committee of the Whole. Seeing none, I will call the question on Bill,
Sections 2 and 5.
on Sections 2 and 5. Bill 5, the Public Sector Employers Amendment Act 2023 on Sections 2 and 5. Are you agreed? Any opposed? No. Carried. Division has been called. Ring the bells. Members, a division has been called on Section 2 as amended and Section 5. All those in favor, please stand. No. Other way around. I knew that was going to happen. I knew it. Okay.
The Honourable Mr.
Honourable
Guthrie.
members, please be quiet.
The Honourable Mr. Glubish, the Honourable Mr. Nicolaides, the Honourable Mr. Williams, the Honourable Minister Lagrange, the Honourable Mr. Horner, the Honourable Mr. Scow, the Honourable Mr. Ellis, the Honourable Mr. Amory, the Honourable Mr. Newdorf, the Honourable Mr. Lowen, the Honourable Mr. Wilson, the Honourable Mr. Jean, the Honourable Mr. Dreeshen, Mr. Long, Mr. Yao, the Honourable Mr. Turton, the Honourable Mr. Nally, the Honourable Mr. McIver, the Honourable Ms. Furr, the Honourable Mr. Jones, the Honourable Mrs. Sawney, Mr. Getson, the Honourable Mr. Sigurdsson, the Honourable Mr. Yassine, the Honourable Mr. Hunter, Mr. Roswell, Mr. Van Dyken, Mr. Sear, Mr. Lunchy, Mr. Weeb, Mr. Boychenko, Mr. McDougall, Mr. Wright, Mrs. Petrovic, Mr. Stefan, Mr. Dick, the Honourable Ms. Armstrong-Hominack, Ms. DeYoung, Mr. Sinclair, Mr. Bouchard, Mr. Singh, Mrs. Lovely, Mrs. Johnson.
All those opposed, please stand. Order.
Mr. Shepherd, Member Elmalegi, the Honourable Ms. Ganley, Ms. Wright, the Honourable Member Phillips, the Honourable Ms. Gray, the Honourable Member Cece, the Honourable Mr. Sabir, the Honourable Member Hoffman, Ms. Hoyle, Ms. Pancholi, Mr. Ellingson, Ms. Renault, Ms. Chapman, Member Irwin, Ms. Elginade, the Honourable Mr. Egan, Member Kayende, Mr. Diol, Member Tejada, Mr. Ip, the Honourable Ms. Sigurdsson, Dr. Metz, Member Loyola, Mr. Kozowski, Member Aramenko, Ms. Goring, Member Beaupre, Member Batten, Mr. Haji, Mr. Dack, Ms. Hayter, Member Burke.
Madam Chair, total for, 44, total against, 33.
Members, that is carried. One more question. Shall the bill be reported? Are you agreed? Any opposed? That is carried. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the committee rise and report Bill 5.
That, with amendments.
With amendments.
Having heard that motion, all those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed, please say no. So carried. Yeah. The Honourable Member for Barrhead, Warrenville, Westlock.
Madam Speaker, the committee reports the following bills with some amendments. Bill 5. Madam Speaker, I wish to table copies of all amendments considered by Committee of the Whole on this date for the official records of the Assembly.
Does the Assembly concur in the report? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. So carried.
Under Government Bills and Orders for third reading, Bill 8, Justice Statutes Amendment Act 2023, the Honourable Mr. Amory.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to move third reading of Bill 8, the Justice Statutes Amendment Act 2023. As I've noted previously in this House, the Justice Statutes Amendment Act would make updates to the Court of King's Bench Act, the Jury Act, the Justice of the Peace Act, the Estate Administration Act, the Trustee Act, and the Conflict of Interest Act. Amendments to the Conflict of Interest Act would suspend investigations after a general election is called, which is a direct response to the recommendations from the Ethics Commissioner. Changes to the Conflict of Interest Act would also move dollar limits and rules for gifts and event attendance into regulation, providing the flexibility to adjust the limits and rules to reflect current costs and practices, and to do so in a more streamlined way. The amendments in the Justice of the Peace Act would increase access to justice for Albertans by temporarily increasing the maximum number of terms that a Justice of the Peace can serve. In addition, Madam Speaker, the Trustee Act would be changed to clarify the definition of an incapacitated person. while the Estate Administration Act would make amendments, would make the requirements for an Albertan acting as a personal representative in the administration of an estate of a deceased person clearer and easier to understand. Madam Speaker, the proposed changes to the Jury Act would replace a reference to summary trial with streamlined trial. And effective January 1st, 2024, streamlined trials will increase access to justice for Albertans by replacing a very seldomly used summary trial process for civil and family matters in the Court of King's Bench. Finally, amendments to the Court of King's Bench Act would increase the number of other judges from 74 to 80. Madam Speaker, this reflects the current number of positions of the court based on increases by orders in council since 2021. If these amendments are passed, Madam Speaker, the Justice Statute Amendment Act 2023 will simplify the process for Albertans to access vital services and ensure that our legislation remains current. And with that, Madam Speaker, I move to adjourn debate.
The Honourable the Minister of Justice and the Keeper of the Great Seal of Alberta has moved to adjourn debate. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. In my opinion, the ayes have it. That motion is carried and so ordered. I believe the Honourable, the official opposition House Leader, is rising to make a unanimous consent request.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I rise to seek unanimous consent of the House to revert to introduction of guests.
That was some good teamwork there by the Honourable Member for Edmonton, Glenora. Well done. This is a request for unanimous consent to revert to the introduction of guests. I will ask only one question. Is there anyone opposed? If so, indicate now. Unanimous consent is granted. The Honourable, the official opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you so much to all the colleagues in the legislature. I know all MLAs will agree with me that this job is difficult and stressful, and we could not do the work we do in this House and in our constituencies without the amazing staff teams that support our work. And I want to acknowledge some of the staff that are above: Duha Nader, Annie Wachowicz, Parl Kanwar, Samantha Choi, and Simon Coots. Have each of them played an invaluable role throughout this session in supporting the work that we do. And any mistakes are our own and not your fault. To be very clear, thank you, and please rise and receive the warm welcome of this Assembly.
Order the table.
And bills and orders for third reading, Bill 5, Public Sector Employers Amendment Act 2023. The Honourable Mr. Horner.
The Honourable the Minister of Finance and the President of Treasury Board.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a privilege to rise and move third reading of Bill 5, the Public Sector Employers Amendment Act 2023. Bill 5 will repeal the current compensation model for non-union public sector compensation, the Reform of Agencies, Boards, and Commissions Compensation Act, also known as RABCA. It is an inflexible and prescriptive compensation framework that has restrained compensation with a one-size-fits-all approach for diverse public agencies. It doesn't account for competitive and changing labor market conditions and has led to many well-qualified and exceptional workers leaving and finding more competitively compensated work elsewhere. The framework has put pressure on agencies to shift compensation approaches away from market and sector norms and prescribe compensation levels at 2015 or 2016 rates as inflationary pressures increase. This new proposed governance-focused approach would strike a better balance and provide government with more flexibility to respond to emerging circumstances. Nothing in the proposed legislation would change the governance structures of individual public agencies or the relationships between agencies and ministries. The proposed legislation would streamline and harmonize government's direction for non-union compensation across Alberta's public sector. Mr. Speaker, it would apply to Alberta Health Services and Covenant Health. It would also apply to all post-secondary institutions except independent academic institutions. As well, it would apply to some public agencies such as Alberta Gaming, Liquor and Cannabis Commission, Alberta Innovates, Travel Alberta, and the Workers' Compensation Board. The proposed legislation enables a more flexible approach to compensation regulation that envisions developing a common compensation policy that would apply across the public sector and would envision provisions applicable to all employers. It will take time and a collaborative effort by governments and public agencies to develop the details of a new compensation framework. There would be a directive issued at the time the proposed legislation is proclaimed. The directive would ensure that compensation is maintained under the current rules and controls while the details of the new model and common compensation policy are finalized and implemented through consultations with public agencies. Built into this system would be a process for compensation planning. Employers would be required to work with the government to develop competitive compensation plans for their organizations. The plans would be reviewed and approved by government before being put in place. These proposed changes aim to strike the right balance between public sector, employer independence and autonomy with oversight of public dollars now and into the future. It would also ensure that Alberta can continue to attract and retain top talent. The proposed legislation is a starting point. It's enabling. There will be continued consultation with employers to develop the details and processes to support a new compensation framework. The proposed legislation allows for changes to occur and would take time to complete and done in collaboration with employers. It would secure Alberta's future as a top destination for highly skilled workers while ensuring strong fiscal oversight. Mr. Speaker, I ask all members to support this bill and help government move forward with modernizing Alberta's public compensation framework. I would now move to adjourn debate.
Honourable members, having heard the Honourable Minister of Finance, to adjourn debate. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. My opinion, the ayes have it. That motion is carried and so ordered.
Under Government Bills and Orders for third reading, Bill 2, Alberta Pension Protection Act, the Honourable Mr. Horner.
The Honourable the Minister of Finance and the President of Treasury Board.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over the last number of weeks, I have eagerly listened to the debate about the important new legislation we've put forward as Bill 2. Bill 2's core purpose is to protect Albertans' pensions. If passed, the Alberta Pension Protection Act will commit to Albertans that they have the choice to decide, through a referendum, which path to take. If passed, this legislation will guarantee that an Alberta pension plan would offer the same or better benefits than the Canadian pension plan, with the same or lower contribution rates than currently paid under the CPP. And finally, if passed, the Alberta Pension Protection Act will also guarantee that the funds transferred from the CPP would only be used to set up and operate a provincial pension that protects the interests and benefits of all Albertans. As I've said in this House, our government values the voice of Albertans, which is why they will have the final say through a referendum whether we move forward with a provincial pension plan. I want to be clear, the decision to move forward with an Alberta pension plan is and has always been up to Albertans. The Alberta Pension Protection Act will lock in the promise that Albertans will decide if we move forward. If passed, the Alberta Pension Protection Act will guarantee that an Alberta pension plan will provide Albertans with the same or lower contributions. If passed, the Alberta Pension Protection Act would guarantee that an Alberta pension plan would provide Albertans the same or even better benefits, increasing pension security for seniors after retirement. During the debate, members of the opposition said no such guarantees are possible, but let me remind them that the Canada Pension Plan Act states that in order for a province to withdraw from the CPP, it must show that a provincial pension plan would offer equivalent level of benefits. Mr. Speaker, Albertans have worked hard to contribute to their retirement. The Alberta Pension Protection Act would give Albertans both the voice and choice that acknowledges this hard work and protects those contributions. We will continue listening to Albertans and working to protect their futures. The new legislation, if passed, will safeguard and protect the pensions and benefits Albertans have earned for years to come. I'd like to ask all members of this House to support this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would now move to adjourn debate.
Honourable members, having heard the motion as proposed by the Honourable the Minister of Finance to adjourn debate, all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. In my opinion, the ayes have it. That motion is carried and so ordered.
Under government motions, motion number 21, the Honourable Mr. Scow.
The Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move Government Motion 21, and it reads as follows. Be it resolved that when further consideration of Bill 2, Alberta Pension Protection Act is resumed, not more than 1 hour shall be allotted to any further consideration of the bill in third reading, at which time every question necessary for the disposal of the bill at this stage shall be put forthwith. Mr. Speaker, I hear the members opposite already the chorus of frustration and anger coming from the NDP. I understand that they may be displeased with me moving this motion. But though, Mr. Speaker, it should not come as a surprise. In this chamber, our job is to do the people's work, and I hear the members opposite still heckling, and there will be an opportunity 5 minutes after I conclude my remarks that they can stand up and they can refute their interest in this motion. That is the standing orders. You don't like it, win government changing. Mr. Speaker, but I will best of luck with that with your leadership race too. Mr. Speaker, I will say this. We were elected and given a mandate by the people to complete the government's business. Whether the members opposite form the largest opposition in the history of the province or the smallest opposition, we will get the people's business done. And we have said that they have threatened on social media, they have threatened in a number of instances, they want to sit all the way until Christmas. Mr. Speaker, we're not going to allow that to happen. We will complete the people's business. We were going to get this done, and that's why we're moving this motion tonight. And with that, I conclude my remarks.
The order, the Honourable, the Official Opposition House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the official opposition is extremely disappointed that this motion has been invoked so early in the debate on this important piece of legislation. Bill 2 is fundamental here in this province and is the #1 concern for so many Albertans, as we've seen from our inboxes, as the government has seen from there. The government House Leader says he hears frustration and anger from the NDP. We are hearing frustration and anger from our constituents, from seniors in this province. And it is our job to reflect that, and it should be the government's job to listen, but they are not interested in listening, and they are curtailing debate, giving the opposition a single hour now that we are at third reading of this bill. We were forced to condense our attempts to amend and fix Bill 2 into 2 hours of debate in this Assembly, Mr. Speaker, across the last 2 days, essentially giving very little time to talk about issues like they are protecting in Bill 2 the level of benefits for the current entrants who are members of CPP, but they rejected our amendment to make sure that the youth of today, when they start working, if there is an APP, that their benefits are protected as well, because it is a major loophole in this bill. There were other loopholes in this bill that we attempted to amend that they rejected, and I think in third reading, as is the practice in this legislature, that is the time for the government to take note of the concerns we are bringing forward, to give Albertans an opportunity to give their feedback, because they have not had that. They have not had that on telephone town halls that have only talked to 150 pre-selected Albertans. They have not had that in in-person town halls because the government won't do them.
That's right.
The official opposition has, and in our town halls where it's standing room only, people say, hands off our CPP. We have talked to Albertans across this province, and we will continue to, because although Bill 2 passes today, we know that this government's word is not worth the paper Bill 2 is written on, because they say they want to listen to a referendum, and yet the amendment that would actually make a referendum binding was something they rejected.
That's right.
They will not be held accountable through the passage of Bill 2. Now, the government House Leader speaks about the mandate of the people. Mr. Speaker, in the election, they refused to talk about and debate pensions at all. They said it was not an issue and that they had no designs on Alberta's pensions. And yet here we are with Bill 2 being the second bill of this new government, after telling Albertans during the election that this was not something that we needed to debate.
That's right.
It is shameful, Mr. Speaker. And now they are limiting the debate, and we are not getting the opportunity to bring into the record to a government who is not listening the concerns of our constituents. I have heard across the last several weeks, each one of my colleagues table letters from their constituents, rise in this place and ask questions on behalf of their constituents, because this issue is so important and is dominating all of the communications that we are getting. The fact that this government is curtailing debate and going off for their Christmas vacation, where at every Christmas table, Albertans are going to be talking about the concern around Alberta pensions.
That's right.
And what is this government doing? And what was that $8 million ad campaign on numbers that I don't really believe? Do you believe them?
No.
I don't believe them. That's because the numbers aren't real, Mr. Speaker. And so, unfortunately, we see a government that has used time allocation over and over and over again when they are passing legislation that they know Albertans don't support. One of the reasons we don't use time allocation is to give citizens, media, stakeholders, experts opportunities to examine pieces of legislation and to weigh in, to have those ideas reflected. And I do not think we have had adequate time on Bill 2, Mr. Speaker. Having the time allocation imposed now and shutting down debate is anti-democratic and very, very frustrating for an official opposition. We have 38 members, Mr. Speaker, and for many members, they've only had minutes to talk about this bill because of how quickly it's gone through. There is so much more to say, and I believe we deserve this opportunity. I would encourage all members, government and opposition alike, to vote against this time allocation motion. Let us continue to have a real debate in this place on something that is critical for each and every one of our constituents, that will impact those of us who are currently in the CPP system and those of us who will be in the future. I say reject this government motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, having heard the motion as proposed by the Honourable the Government House Leader, Government Motion 21. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. In my opinion, the ayes have it. That motion is carried and so ordered, and a division has been called. Call in the members. Honourable members, a division has been called on Government Motion 21. All those in favour, please rise.
The Honourable Mr. Guthrie, the Honourable Mr. Glubish, the Honourable Mr. Nicolaides, the Honourable Mr. Williams, the Honourable Minister LaGrange, the Honourable Mr. Horner, the Honourable Mr. Scow, the Honourable Mr. Ellis, the Honourable Mr. Amory, the Honourable Mr. Newdorf, the Honourable Mr. Lowen, the Honourable Mr. Wilson, the Honourable Mr. Jean, the Honourable Mr. Dreeshen, Mr. Long, Mr. Yao, the Honourable Mr. Turton, the Honourable Mr. Nally, the Honourable Mr. McIver, the Honourable Ms. Furr, the Honourable Mr. Jones, the Honourable Mrs. Sawney, Mr. Getson, the Honourable Mr. Sigurdsson, the Honourable Mr. Yassine, the Honourable Mr. Hunter, Mr. Rosewell, Mr. Van Dyken, Ms. Pitt, Mr. Sear, Mr. Lunty, Mr. Wiebe, Mr. Boychenko, Mr. McDougall, Mr. Wright, Mrs. Petrovic, Mr. Stefan, Mr. Dick, the Honourable Ms. Armstrong-Hominack, Ms. de Young, Mr. Sinclair, Mr. Bouchard, Mr. Singh, Mrs. Lovely, Mrs. Johnson.
All those opposed, please rise.
Mr. Shepherd, Member El-Maliki, the Honourable Ms. Ganley, Ms. Wright, the Honourable Member Phillips, the Honourable Ms. Gray, the Honourable Member Ceci, the Honourable Mr. Sabir, the Honourable Member Hoffman, Ms. Hoyle, Ms. Pancholi, Mr. Ellingson, Ms. Renault, Ms. Chapman, Member Irwin, Ms. El-Janaid, the Honourable Mr. Egan, Member Kayende, Mr. Diol, Member Tejada, Mr. Ip, the Honourable Ms. Sigurdsson, Dr. Metz, Member Loyola, Mr. Kozowski, Member Eremenko, Ms. Goring, Member Boparai, Member Batten, Mr. Haji, Mr. Dak, Member Brooke.
Mr. Speaker, total for the motion 45, total against 32.
That motion is carried and so ordered.
Under Government Motions, Motion 22, the Honourable Mr. Scow.
The Honourable the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move Government Motion 22. It reads as follows. Be resolved that when further consideration of Bill 5, Public Sector Employers Amendment Act 2023 is resumed, not more than 1 hour shall be allotted to any further consideration of the bill in third reading, at which time every question necessary for the disposal of the bill at this stage should be put forthwith. Mr. Speaker, I think I made my points pretty clear in the last time I moved the last motion I recently moved. Those points stand. I think it's important that we get the people's work done in this chamber and not delay that and delay the implementation of these bills. For that reason, I move Government Motion 22, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Opposition Whip.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And once again, we see the government invoking closure on a bill that has not been properly debated, quite frankly, Mr. Speaker. We have spent, take a look around, Mr. Speaker, and you'll see that the landscape in this legislature has changed quite dramatically. In the last election, we built the biggest opposition in the history of this province, that's sitting across here now, and with these time restrictions, we are not able to debate properly. We have a matter of minutes to distribute amongst 38 different MLAs on this side. And this simply is not a way by which we can...
Order. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Northwest has the call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Clearly, the government is uncomfortable about this because they know that it's the wrong thing to do. We know that Bill 5 is a complicated piece of legislation. It has several areas that simply jumped out at us straight away, and Lord knows they've jumped out at Albertans as well. And this is the provision in this bill that removes all salary restraints from agencies, boards, and commissions. And I'm not one to give advice to the government lightly, but this is pure poison for a government to do so. All of the perks and excessive salaries and gifts and extra things that accumulated are 44 years, Mr. Speaker, of conservative rule, right? Albertans had enough of that. They said loud and clear that they didn't want any more of that. And I sat with many of these same people, Mr. Speaker. You can hear them howling and hooting because they know this this is painful, that at this very same time, I sat with them in the opposition and they railed against that PC government. You were there too, Mr. Speaker, railed against excessive gifts and excessive salaries and all of that kind of thing. And here they are in 2023 planting those very same crops that they were criticizing the PC government for a few years ago. So, you know, Mr. Speaker, I hope that the government can change their ways, because this is the way that a government goes down, quite frankly. It's a way that a government goes down. It's not necessarily from a budget. It's from giving your friends gifts, excessive gifts from the public purse. So that was only one part of this bill, right, in fact, and you can see a perfect example, Mr. Speaker, of how if we are given the time to properly work on these bills, Bill 5 specifically, that this government made a grievous error in removing in the preamble.
Order. Order.
I've got
order. Order. Don't worry, your clock stops. Order. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Northwest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, I made a living off of my quite loud, mellifluous voice for many years as a high school teacher. I can talk over top of these guys all night long. It's not a big deal. It really isn't a big deal at all. So, again, a perfect example, Mr. Speaker, of giving us a chance to work on a bill. We found an obvious error where they removed the collective bargaining, the right for collective bargaining in working with the public service in the preamble. They realized, the lawyers in the back must have freaked out as well, and they accepted our amendment, Mr. Speaker, to make sure that this bill was a better piece of legislation. However, we were just getting started with that process. There's lots of places where we could improve this bill considerably, and this is a perfect example where we get cut off at the knees, Mr. Speaker, and have to debate this for 1 hour in third reading. So we'll do our best, we'll use that time well, and we will hope that the government learns from that process and does not use closure with impunity, because quite frankly, it's undemocratic, and Albertans expect better from the government. Thank you very much.
Honourable members, the Honourable Government House Leader has moved Government Motion 22. All those in favour of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. In my opinion, the ayes have it. That motion is carried and so ordered, and a division has been called. Call in the members. Honourable members, a division has been called on Government Motion 22. All those in favour of the motion, please rise.
The Honourable Mr. Guthrie, the Honourable Mr. Glubish, the Honourable Mr. Nicolaides, the Honourable Mr. Williams, the Honourable Minister LaGrange, the Honourable Mr. Horner, the Honourable Mr. Scow, the Honourable Mr. Ellis, the Honourable Mr. Amory, the Honourable Mr. Newdorf, the Honourable Mr. Lowen, the Honourable Mr. Wilson, the Honourable Mr. Jean, the Honourable Mr. Drejan, Mr. Long, Mr. Yao, the Honourable Mr. Turton, the Honourable Mr. Nally, the Honourable Mr. McIver, the Honourable Ms. Furr, the Honourable Mr. Jones, the Honourable Mrs. Sawney, Mr. Getson, the Honourable Mr. Sigurdsson, the Honourable Mr. Yassine, the Honourable Mr. Hunter, Mr. Rosewell, Mr. Van Dyken, Ms. Pitt, Mr. Sear, Mr. Lunty, Mr. Wiebe, Mr. Boychenko, Mr. McDougall, Mr. Wright, Mrs. Petrovic, Mr. Stefan, Mr. Dick, the Honourable Ms. Armstrong-Hominack, Ms. DeYoung, Mr. Sinclair, Mr. Bouchard, Mr. Singh, Ms. Lovely, Mrs. Johnson.
All those opposed, please rise.
The Honourable Ms. Notley, Mr. Shepherd, Member Amaligi, Ms. Wright, the Honourable Member Phillips, the Honourable Member Ceci, the Honourable Mr. Sabir, the Honourable Member Hoffman, Ms. Hoyle, Ms. Pancholi, Mr. Ellingson, Ms. Renault, Ms. Chapman, Member Irwin, Ms. El-Shanaid, the Honourable Mr. Egan, Member Kayende, Mr. Diol, Member Tejada, Mr. Ip, the Honourable Ms. Sigurdsson, Dr. Metz, Member Loyola, Mr. Kozowski, Member Eremenko, Ms. Goring, Member Beaupry, Member Batten, Mr. Haji, Mr. Dack, Member Brough.
Mr. Speaker, total for the motion 45, total against 31.
The motion is carried and so ordered.
Under Government Motions, Motion 23, the Honourable Mr. Scow.
Honourable the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move Government Motion 23. Be it resolved that when further consideration of Bill 8, Justice Statutes Amendment Act 2023, is resumed, not more than 1 hour shall be allotted to any further consideration of the bill in third reading, at which time every question necessary for the disposal of the bill at this stage shall be put forthwith, Mr. Speaker.
Are there others? This is a debatable motion. The Honourable, the Deputy Official Opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak against this motion. Yes. Earlier, the Government House Leader mentioned that we are here to do people business. So when we talk about people, yes, they are facing cost of living crisis. They are facing skyrocketing insurance costs under this government because of this government's policies. They are facing skyrocketing utility costs because of this government policies. They are seeing a chaos in healthcare because of this government trying to dismantle their public health care. They are facing shortage of school despite government having surplus, but they will spend rather on pet projects like R-Star, but not invest in the communities where people want them to invest and have school close to their homes. Because I do know from Northeast, kids are being bused to other quadrants for more than an hour every day each way. That's what happened in Northeast Calgary. If they were serious about people business, they would focus on people business. Yes, that's right. But with this Bill 8, they are focused on MLA and minister business so they can get better, bigger, and fatter gifts. Yeah. And during the committee of whole, they did put closure on, and we tried to make this bill a bit better. We brought forward an amendment that will remove the cabinet ability to set the gift limit. And guess what? The entire UCP caucus got on board the gravy train and voted down that amendment. Then we brought forward an amendment to prohibit MLAs and ministers from getting tickets to games, to concert with attendance over 10,000 people, because we know there won't be any people business. There might be good food, good booze, but no people business. Right. And guess what? Again, the UCP caucus came together to defeat that amendment. Then we proposed that, okay, If you really want to change the gift limits, have ethics commissioner look at it. But you know what?
Shouldn't be a problem.
They didn't like that either. So they all got together and they defeated that amendment as well. And then we brought forward another amendment that, okay, every gift over $100 limit should be reported and disclosed publicly. So they got together to get on board this gravy train. They defeated that amendment as well. And let me say this, that the UCP government has used closure motion more times in the last 4 years than any other government.
Wow.
Than all the governments combined in the history of this province. That's undemocratic, that's heavy-handed, and that's shameful. And they were talking about the time debate on the bill. We have 9 bills and 21 stages, and we merely have less than 21 hours of debate. If you divide it on 87 MLAs, 2 to 3 minutes each MLA, and I have not heard from any member other than one person who moved the bill on this bill that what they think, why their gifts should be bigger and should be better. Not one person spoke to this bill. So I think this motion and these attempts to close debate, curtail debate on the bills of importance to public, importance to people is anti-democratic. That's the UCP thing to do, to use their majority, use their numbers to ram through their own agenda. That's not people business. I think people in our communities, in our constituencies, in our province deserve far better than this. They want a government focused on cost of living, focused on public health care, focused on public education, focused on public housing, focused on making sure that 6 people are not dying on the streets of this province instead of lining your own pockets. I think Albertans deserve far better.
Honourable members, on the motion as proposed by the Honourable the Government House Leader, Government Motion 23, all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. In my opinion, the ayes have it. That motion is carried and so ordered, and a division has been called. Call in the members. Order, honorable members. A division has been called on government motion 23. All those in favor, please rise.
The Honourable Mr. Guthrie, the Honourable Mr. Glubish, the Honourable Mr. Nicolaides, the Honourable Mr. Williams, the Honourable Minister LaGrange, the Honourable Mr. Horner, the Honourable Mr. Scow, the Honourable Mr. Ellis, the Honourable Mr. Amory, the Honourable Mr. Newdorf, the Honourable Mr. Lowen, the Honourable Mr. Wilson, the Honourable Mr. Jean, the Honourable Mr. Drejan, Mr. Long, Mr. Yao, the Honourable Mr. Churton, the Honourable Mr. Nally, the Honourable Mr. McIver, the Honourable Ms. Furr, the Honourable Mr. Jones, the Honourable Mrs. Sawney, Mr. Getson, the Honourable Mr. Sigurdsson, the Honourable Mr. Yassine, the Honourable Mr. Hunter, Mr. Rosewell, Mr. Van Dyken, Ms. Pitt, Mr. Sear, Mr. Lunty, Mr. Wiebe, Mr. Boychenko, Mr. McDougall, Mr. Wright, Mrs. Petrovic, Mr. Stefan, Mr. Dick, the Honourable Ms. Armstrong-Homenuck, Ms. DeYoung, Mr. Sinclair, Mr. Bouchard, Mr. Singh, Ms. Lovely, Mrs. Johnson.
All those opposed, please rise.
The Honourable Ms. Notley. Member Mr. Shepherd, Member Amaligi, Ms. Wright, the Honourable Member Phillips, the Honourable Member Ceci, the Honourable Mr. Sabir, the Honourable Member Hoffman, Ms. Hoyle, Ms. Pancholi, Mr. Ellingson, Ms. Renault, Ms. Chapman, Member Irwin, Ms. El-Junaid, the Honourable Mr. Egan, Member Kayende, Mr. Diol, Member Tejada, Mr. Ip, the Honourable Ms. Sigurdsson, Dr. Metz, Member Loyola, Mr. Kozowski, Member Eremenko, Ms. Goring, Member Beaupre, Member Batten, Mr. Haji, Mr. Dack, Member Brar.
Mr. Speaker, total for the motion 45, total against 31.
That motion is carried and so ordered.
Under Government Bills and Orders for Third Reading, Bill 8, Justice Statutes Amendment Act 2023, adjourned debate. The Honourable Mr. Amory.
Honourable members, before the Assembly's third reading of Bill 8. Is there anyone wishing to join in the debate? Seeing the Honourable Member for Edmonton Ellerslie.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Often when I have the opportunity to especially speak to conservatives, I ask them, like, okay, what is it that you're truly trying to conserve? And a lot of the times, you know, I challenge them because, I mean, are you trying to conserve existing power structures? Because the further we look back in history, you see the inequity that has existed, where certain people don't have access to opportunities, never mind having access to power, to the opportunity to actually change their future. And the reason for that is because of the existing power structures that have always existed. Like colonialism is but one of them. Right here in this bill, what we have is the Conservatives taking us back to an old conservative method of being, which is entitlement. Entitlement. And here we have a bill that's basically giving opportunities for stakeholders to wine and dine members of the cabinet, MLAs, to be able to give them the gifts that they need. And Mr. Speaker, you just have to go back in the history of this legislature to the one-time progressive conservatives to see how that culture of entitlement actually worked. And let me tell you that those stakeholders that were giving out gifts and favors and things like that weren't doing it just because of the sake of just trying to give out a gift. They actually wanted something in return. And this bill actually reeks of that. Going back to those times where stakeholders, people of particular interest, were being able to get members of cabinet, MLAs in their back pocket. And that's exactly what I would believe we're trying to avoid, Mr. Speaker. Because as we grow as a democracy, we want to be able to strengthen it. We want to make sure that people have access to power, that their voices are represented within this legislature. So here we have a government that is putting forward a bill that has absolutely nothing to do with the actual problems that are being experienced by everyday Albertans in today's day and age. And Mr. Speaker, this is a shame. It's a shame that this province doesn't have a government, especially at a time like this, when inflation is where it's at, where people are living paycheck to paycheck. I've had constituents come to me and say, I'm just a paycheck away from not being able to make my mortgage payment. And we all know what happens when you can't make the mortgage payment, Mr. Speaker. You default. The bank ends up taking your home. And what happens to that person? They're houseless. They're having to move in with other family members. Stresses are created on these individuals. They're going through economic turmoil. And the reality is that Albertans deserve better than this, Mr. Speaker. And when people are going through the economic turmoil that they're going through, not being concerned about not being able to make it to the end of the month, starting to put expenses, regular expenses, monthly expenses on their credit cards because they're trying to make it to the end of the month, month after month after month. These are the things that we should be concerned about in this House right now. But instead, we have Bill 8, Justice Statutes Amendment Act, where the government's trying to make favor so that stakeholders can give better gifts to MLAs and specifically members of cabinet. So it's a shame, Mr. Speaker, that we're even debating this bill at this time when we should be concerned with the plight of everyday Albertans and what they're going through and making sure that they have greater opportunities, access to those opportunities, making sure that they can make it to the end of the month, making sure that their wage is actually increasing over time rather than how it actually has been happening. Wages haven't increased over the last 10, 12 years for a lot of Albertans, yet costs continue to skyrocket and go up, whether it's groceries or rent or whatever it is. Tuition at our post-secondaries, costs continue to go up and up and up and up, and this government has done nothing, and instead has even taken the cap off of utilities, taken the cap off of insurance, making decisions that are making it harder and harder for Albertans to make it to the end of the month. I know that stakeholders have to be consulted, but Albertans deserve a voice inside of this House too. And that's what all of my colleagues on this side of the House are doing. We're raising the concerns of everyday Albertans, so call it fear-mongering if you want. But we know the truth. We're here to represent everyday Albertans and the realities that they're going through, and we'll never stop doing that. We're voting against this bill.
Any other members wishing to speak? Bill 8, a member from Sherwood Park has risen.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Earlier on, we had a chance to debate this with the Minister of Justice and keeper of the Seal of Alberta. Is it the Great Seal of Alberta or just the Seal of Alberta? With the Minister of Justice and the fantastic Seal of Alberta. And I got the sense that we were going to have a potential discussion here, and so I'll bring it back to some of the points, and I'll end at the end and invite the Minister of Justice to respond, because this is the bill that the Minister of Justice is leading with. And so
you know, his words on this matter. They carry a great deal of weight. And so when he's talked about this, he has talked about other jurisdictions, Minister, that you have said there are other jurisdictions that are already doing this with the way they handle expenses. And so I'll invite you at the end of my time to come and respond to that, because I haven't been able to find, when our researchers looked, they could not find any jurisdiction within Canada that did not have a limit of at least $250, Mr. Speaker. And having those limits are important. And I'm just going to take a step, so give the chance for the Minister of Justice then to get prepared for how he'll respond to that and inform the House of those jurisdictions where these changes are being made and we're just following suit or just keeping up with the changes of the modern times. But I'll bring it back to sport. And Mr. Speaker, I play a sport called ultimate frisbee. It's unusual to most people in that it's self-officiated, Mr. Speaker. There's no referees. Yet how do we play the game? Because we have rules. We have rules, we have guidelines, we have in this case, we have a spirit of the game, which is important to the sport. And people play the sport around the world. They play it with great intensity and great joy. And today we had the Minister of Tourism coming to us and announcing a great event in the Minister of Trade Innovation. The member from Strathcona Sherwood Park, in our riding, we're going to have the Summer Games, where our children from across this province are going to come and play sport with rules. So when we invite them, we don't just say, come on to Sherwood Park. We've got great facilities, and just have fun. They come and they play a sport with rules. Whichever rule that is going to, sport that's going to be, there's going to be rules to it. And having those rules and limitations, there's time limits, there's what's allowed in terms of team sport with an interaction with each other. There might be contact, there might be no contact, there might be distances. There are limits. So we know teaching our children sport. There was a great member statement today on sport and how important that is to our children. And so coming back to our work and back to that member statement, he was talking about how all of those athletes are going to be professionals. Maybe not professional athletes, but they're going to be professionals. And they learn it through sport. Sport with rules. And back to ultimate, most of the time, people make fun of me playing ultimate frisbee because there are no referees. Thank you very much. It's a great sport. There are great rules to it. And we compete. So, we have brought forward some amendments today, and those amendments would create guidelines to work within this, because the Minister of Justice is also bringing in some great parts of this bill which have to do with our justice system and increasing access to justice. And then at the same time which has brought in these pieces that we don't understand, I don't understand, because rules and regulations and guidelines are important. We thought we could maybe strike the ability for Cabinet to determine the gift limit amounts. Like, instead of self-officiating, we would say there is going to be rules here, the limits are going to be set. But that wasn't acceptable. We thought we could prohibit sports tickets and concert tickets. And that was interesting. When I became a member and had my orientation, I thought it was very interesting that CFL tickets and NHL tickets were, particularly excluded from gifting. I guess back to an era in time, back to the 1992 period, where there were people giving too many tickets to MLAs. Maybe they were being invited to too many suites. Maybe there were people being offered season tickets. Maybe the discretion in the self-officiating world of the future that we're moving towards, it's going to be okay for MLAs to accept season tickets. But we thought maybe we'll just bring that back. We'll prohibit sports tickets and concert tickets. But that was removed. We thought maybe in this House we don't have a great sense of what an appropriate gift is. Maybe it's not 200, maybe it's not 250, maybe it's more or less. Maybe we can have an external group determine what that limit is. Let's form an independent body, and that amendment was not accepted. We we thought maybe we could bring this discussion into the House for what was acceptable. Maybe we thought we could disclose publicly what these gifts are, and that would just, shed light on the matter, and then it would be nothing to hide. But these things were all unacceptable. And so, inspired by the Minister of Sport's talk about the professionals that are going to be rising up in Alberta through sport, and then going back to the Minister of Justice's comments about how we are just catching up with other jurisdictions and moving towards the future, I welcome the Minister of Justice to speak to this bill in the time that we have allotted.
Any other members wishing to speak to the bill at this time? The member from Calgary Curry is received.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak to Bill 8, the Justice Statutes Amendment Act, and to talk about a piece of that legislation, or of the bill rather, that we haven't heard a lot about yet, and that is in regards to the conflict of interest changes. One of the main components of Bill 8 is to amend the Conflict of Interest Act so that the Premier or anyone in that caucus can't be held accountable if they're found breaking the law right before the election. This would ostensibly suspend investigations during general elections, and which strikes me as a pretty clever tactic, but not a terribly opaque one, to basically avoid accountability when it matters the most. I really struggle, Mr. Speaker, to think about how members of the UCP across the way can stand before their constituents on their doorsteps and say with authenticity and earnestness that a finding related to a conflict of interest investigation can wait until after the election. Like that information doesn't matter. It matters tremendously. And we would hold everyone on this side of the House to the same account as we would to the other. And I think every Albertan should as well. So to stand before an electorate and say, no, that's okay. Nothing to see here. We're just going to push pause on something that has tremendous and grave impact on one's ability to do their job in this position. Don't worry about it. Because truly, if the tables were turned and we were government and we put forward this bill, which frankly would never happen because transparency, accountability, democracy, these are the values that we stand firmly by. If we did it, this government wouldn't give us an inch. So it got me kind of thinking, like, well, what's a fair analogy here? I want to say I'm a parent, Mr. Speaker. I've got 2 lovely kids, and they are excellent negotiators, as I'm sure other parents in this room can sympathize with. And like most kids, they hate cleaning their rooms. They hate it. And we all know it, right? Aunties and uncles and grandparents, they all know the kids hate cleaning their rooms. And so when dinner time arrives at our house, I might ask that they clean their room before they have dessert. And so imagine if they said, actually, Mom, we both know I don't usually clean my room when you ask, but I'll take my dessert now, and then you can see if I followed the rules. Because it's kind of what's happening here. In this case, the UCP are like, sure, kids, no problem. I don't know if you followed the rules, but would you like 1 scoop or 2?
3.
3. So you can imagine that that's not ultimately going to create a healthy relationship and a healthy dynamic between parents and kids, electorate, and elected representatives, Mr. Speaker. Once already this evening, I've talked about the importance of giving salient information to Albertans before they go to the polls, so they can make an informed decision when they cast their ballot. It is our responsibility to ensure that the electorate has the information that they need if they choose to go and exercise their right as citizens and cast a ballot on a referendum or in a general election. Now, hypothetically speaking, if the leader of a party was running to be premier, and if that leader happened to be the subject of an investigation by the Ethics Commissioner, and if that leader was, I don't know, just hypothetically found to have broken the rules of the Conflict of Interest Act, I think that information would be pertinent to an election.
Hear, hear.
I think that that would be critical information that the electorate would need to know because it matters, Mr. Speaker. How else are they making these decisions? We hustle, we wear out those shoes so that we can meet people on their front doors, in the coffee shops, at the community associations, so that we can talk about the things that matter. And I remember ages ago, this was my third campaign, Mr. Speaker, when I finally was elected, and truly honored to be here. And I remember someone from this caucus said, there is no job interview quite like an election. You have 40,000 two-minute job interviews. And it is in that split moment that a person needs to decide if they can count on you, if they can trust you to be their elected representative. And so if you have been found to be in breach of the Conflict of Interest Act, it matters. It matters immensely. And so I would actually suggest that an investigation, if an investigation was begun before an election, that investigation should be prioritized and expedited so that findings from that investigation could actually be made public ahead of election day. Because if the person was found not at fault, then they'd be vindicated. And the electorate could proceed as they see fit. If they were found to be in breach of that act, well, then maybe that's a ding on their job interview, Mr. Speaker, but it would still be up to the electorate to make the decision on whether or not that person would be an effective and trusted elected representative. Because the key word here, Mr. Speaker, is the electorate. Let's let them decide, not this government through their sneaky amendments to existing legislation that will prevent transparency and salient information being available to Albertans so that they can make the most informed decision possible. But Albertans can't do their job if we don't do ours as elected representatives. And I'm very honored and proud to stand here with my colleagues on this side of the House doing our job and making sure that the offices of the legislature are also empowered and capable to do their independent jobs of investigating, of following concerns, of following complaints, and getting the job done. I would like to quote the minister from the press release for Bill 8 about 4 weeks ago, where he said, voters are entitled to proceed during an election without undue influence. These amendments help eliminate some of those influences. I agree that electors could be influenced by an investigation because what it would unearth, and wait for it, it could unearth the truth. And if this government is leery of the truth having undue influence on the decisions of an electorate, then, Mr. Speaker, I think we have much bigger issues. Thank you.
Member for Edmonton Castle Downs has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to rise tonight to speak to Bill 8, the Justice Statutes Amendment Act 2023. I want to just do a little bit of a recap of how we've got here. Tonight is probably the last evening and opportunity that we're going to have to debate in the House. And we just watched government push through 3 time allocations to stop debate in this House. It's just really disappointing. I think that when we are coming to this place to talk about concerns, to talk about what Albertans want to talk about, we're definitely not hearing it from that side of the House. I think they're perhaps afraid of us being the voice of Albertans and saying what we're hearing when we actually talk to people. And it sounds like they're afraid of that. And I have to say, when I look at the legislation that they've been brought forward during this session, it is completely out of touch with what Albertans are talking about. I know that they didn't run on getting out of the CPP yet. Here we are in the chamber talking about pulling out of that. We're on this side of the House talking to Albertans, talking about what matters to them, and they're saying, hands off my CPP. That side of the House, doesn't want to hear it. And so when we're up here standing, talking about what we're hearing every day from our constituents about things that matter, they want to stop that. So it's really disheartening to know that we're in this place, we have an opportunity to share the voice of our constituents, and we're being shut down. But here we are, Mr. Speaker. So we've had opportunities to talk in this chamber about the CPP and how Albertans don't want to leave it, yet this government is going forward with it. We talked about Bill 6, the Public Health Amendment Act, that gives them godlike powers to make decisions that, quite frankly, they should not be making. The Public Sector Employees Amendment Act, Bill 5, that it just gives taxpayer money. It gives taxpayer money to boards, commissions, their friends, paying them whatever they see fit. And now we're at Bill 8, the Justice Statutes Amendment Act. So what this does essentially, Mr. Speaker, is it allows constituents, stakeholders, lobby groups, individuals that have perhaps influence on government to give elected officials gifts, which is something that we can already accept. We're able to accept gifts. We have to report it. There's a set amount. But what this piece of legislation is doing is actually allowing people to provide gifts to elected officials in quite high amounts, Mr. Speaker. Now, when I'm in my office and I'm going through my emails and when I'm out in the community talking to people, I can say with 100% certainty that no one has ever asked me if only I could give you a more expensive gift. It's never happened. It's not something that I can say I've ever experienced, and I've been elected since 2015. In all of my years of serving the incredible community of Edmonton Castle Downs, no one said, geez, as an Albertan, I really wish I could give you more expensive gifts. But here we are. This is their Bill 8 in the first session of this legislature. The priorities of this government is to get themselves better gifts. And when asked about it, both the Premier and the ministers have said, well, we're just coming in line with other jurisdictions. We just want to make sure that we're in line with what other areas of the country are doing. So we looked into it, Mr. Speaker, wanting to know what other areas of the province are doing. So I would just like to read out, perhaps for the first time for the minister to hear this and perhaps for the Premier to hear this, but let's just go through with what other provinces' gifting limits are. So BC, $250. Wow. Saskatchewan, $200. Manitoba, $250. Ontario, $200. Quebec, $200. Nova Scotia, $250. Now, here is one that did change in 2021. It was $500, and now it's $200.
Oh, it went down.
It went down, Mr. Speaker. Oh. It's PEI, right? Huh. So I'm so confused with what being in line with other jurisdiction means to this government. Yeah. What were they trying to accomplish? Are they trying to trick us into thinking, well, other provinces are doing it, we should too? I don't understand, other than personal benefit for these members on the opposite side of the House, what are they planning on doing? I know that Albertans are struggling, Mr. Speaker. We have seen record number of people accessing food banks. I have people calling my office pleading to get help to get a physician. People pleading to get a job. There's mums that I talk to that are working 2-3 jobs, don't see their kids, can't afford childcare because if their kids are in out-of-school care, they don't qualify. for the subsidies. So they're working, their kids are in school, they can't afford basic necessities. It is so out of touch with what Albertans are asking for, to ask for elected officials to be able to accept higher amount of gifts. It's back to the good old days with the Conservatives lining their pockets. It's quite offensive, Mr. Speaker. Making sure that they can accept expensive things is really quite gross in this place when we're talking about what Albertans are talking about, which is necessities of life, food, utilities, insurance, health care. Those are the things that we should be debating. Those are the things that should be talked about. And their Bill 8 is giving permission to get more expensive gifts. I strongly, strongly encourage the government members to really reassess what their priorities are and what messages they want to give to Albertans. It's just not, it's not a good look, Mr. Speaker. I would encourage the members to really consider and not vote yes for this. We've seen a tradition of them unanimously supporting each other. I would hope that one time perhaps they can look at what is important and realize that this is not it. And with that, I will close my comments. Thank you.
The member for Calgary, Boular-McCall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise again one more time to speak to Bill 8, which is a pretty self-serving, tone-deaf piece of legislation, and it's completely out of touch with the realities of Albertans. Instead of focusing on issues facing Albertans, cost of living, healthcare chaos, lack of schools, lack of housing, 6 people dying every day on the streets of Alberta because of drugs, government is focused on making their gifts bigger and better. And this needs to stop. And I will move an amendment that will give government an opportunity to shake their heads and shelve this bill. And I guess it's a face-saving opportunity for them. So I will distribute the amendment and then speak to it briefly.
Member, you can proceed. Amendment will be A1. RA1, a recent amendment.
Member from Calgary-McCall to move that motion for third reading of Bill 8, Justice Statute Amendment Act 2023, be amended by deleting all of the words after that and substituting the following. Bill 8, Justice Statute Amendment Act be not now read a third time because the Assembly is of the view that it is not in public interest to permit the Governor and Council to increase the value below which gifts accepted by a member of the Legislative Assembly and Executive Council do not need to be included in a disclosure statement filed with the Ethics Commission. Mr. Chair, there are many reasons that this bill should not be before this legislature. This should not be a priority for members of the government to set their own limits. And what this amendment is essentially saying, that it's not in public interest for this government to decide the amount below which they don't have to disclose their gifts to Ethics Commission. Right now, that limit is $100, and this bill is removing that limit so they can prescribe any limit behind closed door as they see fit. That's unacceptable. That's not found anywhere else in this country. Our gift limits are in line with the rest of Canada. It's only the UCP that thinks that they need bigger gifts, better gifts, and they should be the one who should decide what's need to be included in ethics disclosure. Earlier, they rejected our proposal to ask Ethics Commissioner to set that limit. I think it's not in public interest that government should proceed with this legislature. This is the opportunity for the government to reconsider this and focus on what matters to Albertan and not on their gifts. Thank you.
Yes, well done.
Any other speakers on RA1? The member for Calgary Glenmore has risen.
Yeah, I'm good, okay. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is my first time to rise and speak on Bill 8 and to speak in support of this amendment. Just to be clear, Bill 8 will introduce self-serving amendments to the Conflict of Interest Act. And I want to be super clear here. We are in an affordability crisis. People cannot even afford their energy bills, their rent, their groceries. And the government of Alberta is proposing legislation to make it easier to change dollar limits and rules around gifts for elected officials. So one more time, and to be clear, the proposed changes here would remove the legislated limits on gifts that MLAs can receive. This is the UCP legislation, Mr. Speaker. It's like all they want for Christmas is legislation that will get them more gifts.
Wow.
Mr. Speaker, an important issue in democratic societies is government ethics.
Yeah.
What is the difference between a gift and a bribe? A gift is something of value given without the expectation of return. A bribe is the same thing, given in the hope of influence or benefit. It is well for government officials to remember the old saying, there is no such thing as a free lunch. There is never a free lunch, colleagues. And government ethics is a serious matter. The Premier actually cited inflation and the increased price of tickets as a motivation for this increase of gifts.
Can't make this up.
We know that inflation is a national problem right now. We do know. We talk to our constituents, Mr. Speaker, and we hear from people that they cannot afford the cost of living, their rent, and their groceries. This is the true impact of inflation on people and not the gift crisis that the members opposite are experiencing right now. The Minister of Justice has claimed that these changes will bring Alberta in line with other jurisdictions. I feel we were in line with the member from Sherwood Park and the member from Castle Downs. We seem to be on the wavelength here. So we looked at numbers in other provinces and to see how they're managing the gift crisis. And I'm happy to help the government learn about the gift limits in other places. So I'm gonna maybe repeat it one more time. BC, $250. Saskatchewan, $200. Manitoba, $250. Ontario, $200. Quebec, $200. Nova Scotia, $250. New Brunswick, $250. PEI, it actually amended it from $500 to $200. So why does the UCP think they need to go higher on gift limits? Good question. In summary, Mr. Speaker, we won't support this legislation because, unlike the UCP, we believe in the importance of prioritizing the interests and the concerns of everyday citizens over political self-interest. Albertans are facing significant challenges such as skyrocketing rents and a cost of living crisis, emergency room wait times, access to doctors, and safety to their pensions. Yet instead of focusing on what matters to Albertans, the UCP is prioritizing legislation to serve their own interests and gifts instead. So this legislation does not represent the reality of everyday Albertans, and we will not support it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hear, hear.
The Minister of Justice has risen to speak to RA1.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise and speak to the amendment put forward by the Honourable Member for Calgary-Boular-McCall, and we certainly will not be supporting that amendment, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, wow. Mr. Speaker, as we've already discussed, but just to reiterate, and you'd think that the members opposite completely forgot, that the bill before this Assembly today makes changes to a number of different acts, changes that are incredibly important to improving and increasing access to justice in this province. Now, they're only focused on one of these acts, and so maybe that is the NDP form of a compliment, since they seem to agree with the vast majority of Bill 8 as proposed. Now, Mr. Speaker, they're getting worked up, but they're going to get a lot more worked up in just a few moments. The debate has so far focused, Mr. Speaker, on the proposed amendments to the Conflict of Interest Act. The opposition has, as is par for the course, made a number of assumptions throughout their debate and deliberations, throughout the amendments that they proposed here about this bill, clearly without ever reading Bill 8 or taking the time to learn about how it operates. The member from Sherwood Park has been getting up and asking me to address some of these situations. The member from Sherwood Park has become the prime example for making assumptions with respect to Bill 8, without actually knowing how this bill or the amendments will actually operate. I'd like to begin by reiterating to the Assembly that the bill proposes to allow key concepts to be clarified through regulation, Mr. Speaker. That's a concept of efficiency that the members opposite will never understand. Now, the member opposite for Sherwood Park got up and said he's done his research. He's worked hard. His team has done some incredible research. And he couldn't quite remember what the name of the website he used to conduct his research was, but he asked the Minister of Justice for some help. And so the Minister of Justice is happy to provide some help to all the members opposite here. He's asking me whether his research was right. I can tell all of the members opposite that your research is absolutely wrong. Your researchers got it wrong. Mr. Speaker, the member for Edmonton Castle Downs got up and reiterated more misconceptions with respect to the jurisdictional analysis. Calgary Glenmore got up and eloquently reiterated one more time a number of misrepresentations with respect to the jurisdictional analysis across this country. So let me help the members opposite with a little bit of facts, Mr. Speaker.
That's big of you.
I decided to look at a number of different jurisdictions. And let me start with the greatest jurisdiction of all, my friends. No. The Liberal NDP coalition in Ottawa, Mr. Speaker. The Conflict of Interest Act, the dear friends of our members opposite who sit in Ottawa. Their threshold, Mr. Speaker, $1,000 for gifts. So then I decided to look at other provinces and jurisdictions. Here's an interesting one, Mr. Speaker. The members opposite dear friends in Manitoba, the NDP government in Manitoba, section 7, subsection 2. A member or their family must not accept a gift or benefit that is more than $1,000 in value. $1,000, Mr. Speaker. I then decided to look across the rest of the country. Newfoundland, Mr. Speaker. The maximum threshold in Newfoundland, $500, Mr. Speaker. Here's another little bit of information. Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, British Columbia, all higher than Alberta, Mr. Speaker. Every single one of those jurisdictions that I mentioned have a higher threshold than we do here in Alberta. It is embarrassing for the members opposite. It is embarrassing for the leader of the opposition to be standing up in this House, along with members opposite, to spew misconceptions about proposed Bill 8, Mr. Speaker. It is now, Mr. Speaker, the members opposite have got up over and over and over again. The member for Calgary Elbow got up and said he was appalled at Bill 8. You know what, Mr. Speaker, Albertans are appalled with? Albertans are appalled with the member from Calgary Elbow who said that hydrocarbons must go away, Mr. Speaker, attacking tens of thousands of people in this province. Albertans are appalled at those members who supported on and on again.
Doesn't recognize referendums either.
Doesn't recognize our referendums. On and on again, supporting the carbon tax, voting against a motion that we brought forward in this House, Mr. Speaker, that relates to getting rid of the carbon tax. They talk about the cost of living, and yet they have no shame in standing up in this House and supporting the carbon tax over and over and over again, Mr. Speaker. Albertans are appalled at 6 credit downgrades from that former Minister of Finance. Albertans are appalled at spending billions of dollars and going into debt so that they could supply shower heads and light bulbs, Mr. Speaker. And Albertans are absolutely appalled at the 97 tax increases that government made when they were here in power. Mr. Speaker, this is in line with many other jurisdictions in Canada, and Bill 8 should stand as it is, Mr. Speaker. The assumptions that they make no sense to me. They make no sense to the members of this House, and we will be voting against this proposed amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Edmonton Centre has risen to speak.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to rise and speak to Bill 8, my first opportunity to do so during this legislature. Now, the Minister of Justice just brought forward some justifications for why he believes this government deserves to be able to set its own gift limits, wherever it wishes, without scrutiny from anyone else. The minister just gave us his great arguments about why the fox should absolutely be trusted to guard the hen house. That's right. Now, the minister is right. He said, he said this bill makes a number of changes, indeed, a number of changes to a number of different acts to improve access to justice, Mr. Speaker. To improve access to justice. What is just, Mr. Speaker, about a government taking the power unto itself to, without ever speaking to Albertans or with no scrutiny from the legislature, set its own gift limits? There is nothing just about that, Mr. Speaker. There is nothing accountable about that. The minister talked about how the bill just simply allows key concepts to be clarified through regulation, Mr. Speaker. Well, that puts me in mind of some of the previous things the UCP government has decided that it needed to clarify through legislation. They clarified through legislation, I believe it was Bill 21, that they believed they had the right to unilaterally tear up the master agreement with physicians in the province of Alberta.
something which the government then subsequently had to walk back. They clarified that they had the right to create entirely new legislation without ever setting foot in the legislature. That was Bill 10 in 2020, Mr. Speaker. They also had to walk that one back. So this is a government that is in the habit of passing legislation to afford themselves new powers. And again, that's what we have them doing here in Bill 8. Now, if the government wanted to set new limits like other jurisdictions, then certainly they could codify that in legislation. The minister talked about, well, other jurisdictions have higher limits. Do those other jurisdictions, Mr. Speaker, allow the government to simply go in the back room with the stroke of a pen, set what their new limit's going to be? I didn't hear the Minister of Justice mention that. I'm guessing they don't. But that is a power this government has decided it deserves to take unto itself. Now, it's surprising in some ways, Mr. Speaker, not surprising in others, that this government is so quickly digressing to the levels of grift and approaching the levels of corruption that we saw under Conservative governments previously in this province.
Didn't take long.
Now, of course, we've heard a lot of heckling from the Minister of Municipal Affairs, but he hasn't stood and talked about the years he's spent in PC governments here in the province of Alberta, as those governments exercised all kinds of grift on the taxpayer, through which he sat silently, Mr. Speaker. He didn't speak up at all then to have the backs of Albertans. He likes to speak up a lot in this House, but he didn't like to speak up for Albertans then. We think back to the scandals that were brought forward under Elections Alberta, where illegal donations were made to the PC party. Maclean's magazine talks, pardon me, Mr. Speaker, joking on the corruption of the previous government in which the Minister of Municipal Affairs sat, Mr. Speaker, sat silently where all these incredibly embarrassing scandals went on. Maclean's magazine wrote about the death of the Alberta PC dynasty, of which the Minister of Municipal Affairs was a part. Talked about how political financing disclosures added to the picture showing PCs consistently relied on donations from corporate clients of government, contractors, builders, professional associations that would make heads rotate and or explode almost anywhere else on this continent. And indeed, that kind of exceptionalism, Mr. Speaker, this government is bringing it roaring back. Back during that time, the town of Whitecourt, Mr. Speaker, was one of the entities that was found to make illegal donations. They spent just about $2,000 in taxpayer money for councillors to attend the PC party fundraisers. Now, the mayor at the time, he said, well, we were doing our jobs as council. We were lobbying the government for betterment of our community, and sometimes you have to pay for that. Now, this current government apparently agrees that they should be paid for that. They have to get better gifts. The Premier has to be able to see the whole hockey game, not just spend 20 minutes in the skybox in order for to be able to hear the concerns of Albertans. Now, back then, the member for Lac-Labiche St. Paul Two Hills, Mr. Shane Saskew, who was at that time a member of the Wild Rose Party, while the Premier was the leader, he spoke up and he said, well, this is the understanding. You have to donate to that governing party or you're not going to get grants, and it's widespread. It shows it doesn't matter if you change the leader of the PC party. The culture of corruption and entitlement remains the same. Apparently, Mr. Speaker, it doesn't change if you change the name of the party either, because we have it coming back in spades under the UCP government, who is racing to achieve the levels of entitlement and grift that it took 44 years for the PCs to reach. Now, we have seen that this is a government that loves to give gifts to its friends, much as it loves to get gifts from its friends, and feels it should be able to get even bigger gifts from its friends. We look at the $253,000 that they paid to the Premier's friend and personal mentor, Preston Manning, for his embarrassment of a COVID review and report, which was immediately turned for partisan purposes. $175,000 in contracts awarded to Alberta Council, a legal and lobbying group run by, the same Mr. Saskew who criticized the PC governments previously for so many of their grifts the corrupted practices and indeed sole source contracts. Speaking of which, $142,500 in sole source contracts to the Premier's leadership campaign manager, Mr. Matthew Altheim. $130,000 in contracts to the former president of the Wild Rose Party, Mr. David Yeager. Now this, Mr. Speaker, while this government refuses to do anything to help Albertans with skyrocketing costs, not a thing, they will not lift a finger to help Albertans who are struggling with the soaring cost of rent. They sat back and watched electricity rates quadruple in this province, Mr. Speaker, and would not do anything to help. Now, of course, we had a small rebate program coincidentally aligned with the provincial election, disappeared shortly after. They couldn't be bothered, Mr. Speaker, to do the work to help and it's to extend that rebate to hundreds of my constituents who live in condominium buildings. That was too much effort for this government, Mr. Speaker. They could not find a way to do it, but boy, they sure found a way, and quick, to ensure that they can get bigger and better gifts for themselves. This is not a government that has the backs of Albertans, Mr. Speaker. That is not a government that is here to make their lives better. It's a government that's here to make their own lives better. And that is what Bill 8 is. Sure, there are other pieces here that are good, but this is the piece that sticks in the craw of the opposition, and I think many, many Albertans who are still waiting for this government to take action to help them, but it sure moves quick to help itself. So I'll be voting in favour of the amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Any others wishing to speak to the amendment RA1? A member from Edmonton Decorah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak Bill 8, Justice Statute Amendment Act. Hard-working Albertans are struggling, Mr. Speaker, and quite a number of members on this side of the House spoke about the challenges that Albertans are facing on affordability and cost of living, among many others. So there are three things that come to my mind when it comes to the debates that we have been dealing over the past couple of weeks, and particularly today, than the number of bills that we talked about or debated on. It's mainly three things. One is this side of the House, we're talking about the importance of accountability. And quite a number of bills that the proposals and the amendments that we have made speaks to that core of accountability. The second piece is transparency. How do we report? And that includes a number of other bills that we debated, including Bill 8. And the third piece is public consultation. Why the government doesn't want to get input from Albertans. So those are the core issues that number of bills that have been tabled that we have a problem with. In terms of Bill 8, Mr. Speaker, the issue of lifting the cap, let's speak to hypothetical here. If a cabinet member or the Premier travels, let's assume to a Gulf state, receives gifts, how do we deal with that? Albertans will have an issue in terms of the transparency and the accountability, which will ruin the trust that Albertans will have on the institutions, which is the core, the most important aspect of democratic society. So the Minister of Justice spoke about how it is higher than the other caps that have been reported by members, whether it is $50 or $100. Let's assume that it is. But what is the limit? If a huge amount of gift comes from outside that our elected officials receive, whether it is within the country or whether they are on travel, on a mission, how do we account that? What is the transparency? And how do we report that? Like, how will the public then trust how will the public trust its institutions? So, therefore, Mr. Speaker, I will support the amendments that have been tabled. And I will reiterate that it is very important that we think about transparency, and it is very important that we think about accountability, regardless of the positions that we have been entrusted. Mr. Speaker, because we have been entrusted in a position that we are today, doesn't mean that we make the rules and bend rules that are in our favor. We need to be speaking about capping on issues that affect people's lives, whether it is affordability in housing, whether it is affordability in the cost of living, among many others. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, what I will say is that I support the amendment, and we should not debate Bill 8.
The member for Edmonton McClung, there is just under 2 minutes left for debate.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'll use that time wisely. I want to commend the member from Buller-McCall for bringing in this amendment that is very timely, considering, Mr. Speaker, the recent COP28 visit that Premier and a number of people have been engaging in, and it makes one wonder about the timing of this bill, Mr. Speaker, because it seems to be coming into force just about the time after which the Premier and her entourage will arrive back from COP28. And I'm just wondering, Mr. Speaker, if indeed there will be a need for the Premier and the entourage, or official entourage from Alberta, to file their customs declarations and show indeed what they're bringing back from COP28 in terms of gifts or gift bags or anything that they might have not left with Canada from when they left Canada. What indeed are they bringing back? Now, will this legislation apply to those things that they may bring back from Dubai, from the Sultan of Dubai, from the government? Don't know if indeed that will necessarily be a piece of legislation that applies in time to cover the plane loads of the people and cargo that might be coming back from COP28. But it'd be very interesting to have maybe voluntarily the Premier table her customs declaration and those of the elected officials that accompany her from COP28, and see indeed if indeed there are gifts that might meet this criteria.
I hesitate to interrupt, honourable member, but pursuant to Government Motion 23, I must now call the question, every question necessary for the disposal of the bill at third reading. The member for Calgary, Buller-McCall, has moved Amendment RA1, and all those in favour, vote. Please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Please say no. The amendment is defeated. We have a division. Call in the members.
members, a division has been called on Amendment RA1 as proposed by the Honourable Member for Calgary, Boulard-McCall. All those in favour of the amendment, please rise.
Mr. Shepherd, Member El Maligi, the Honourable Ms. Ganley, Ms. Wright, the Honourable Member Phillips, the Honourable Ms. Gray, the Honourable Member Ceci, the Honourable Mr. Sabir, the Honourable Member Hoffman, Ms. Hoyle, Ms. Pancholi, Mr. Ellingson, Ms. Renault, Ms. Chapman, Member Irwin, Ms. El-Junaid, the Honourable Mr. Egan, Member Kayende, Mr. Diol, Member Tejada, Mr. Ip, the Honourable Ms. Sigurdsson, Dr. Metz, Member Loyola, Mr. Kozowski, Member Eremenko, Ms. Goring, Member Boparai, Member Batten, Mr. Haji, Mr. Dack, Ms. Hayter, Member Burr.
All those opposed to RA1, please rise.
The Honourable Mr. Guthrie, the Honourable Mr. Glubish, the Honourable Mr. Nicolaides, the Honourable Mr. Williams, the Honourable Minister LaGrange, the Honourable Mr. Horner, the Honourable Mr. Scow, the Honourable Mr. Ellis, the Honourable Mr. Amory, the Honourable Mr. Newdorf, the Honourable Mr. Lowen, the Honourable Mr. Wilson, the Honourable Mr. Jean, the Honourable Mr. Dreesen, Mr. Long, Mr. Yao, the Honourable Mr. Churton, the Honourable Mr. Nally, the Honourable Mr. McIver, the Honourable Ms. Furr, the Honourable Mr. Jones, the Honourable Mrs. Sawney, Mr. Getson, the Honourable Mr. Sigurdsson, the Honourable Mr. Yassine, the Honourable Mr. Hunter, Mr. Rosewell, Mr. Van Dyken, Ms. Pitt, Mr. Sear, Mr. Lunty, Mr. Weeb, Mr. Bochenko, Mr. McDougall, Mr. Wright, Mrs. Petrovic, Mr. Stefan, Mr. Dick, the Honourable Ms. Armstrong-Homenuk, Ms. DeYoung, Mr. Sinclair, Mr. Bouchard, Mr. Singh, Ms. Lovely, Mrs. Johnson.
Mr. Speaker, total for the amendment 33, total against 45.
That amendment is defeated. Honourable members, pursuant to Government Motion 23, all those in favour of third reading of Bill 8 as proposed by the Honourable Minister of Justice, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. In my opinion, the ayes have it. That motion is carried and so ordered, and a division has been called. Call in the members. Honourable members, a division has been called for third reading of Bill 8, the Justice Statutes Amendment Act 2023, as proposed by the Honourable the Minister of Justice. All those in favour of third reading, please rise.
The Honourable Mr. Guthrie, the Honourable Mr. Glubish, the Honourable Mr. Nicolaides, the Honourable Mr. Williams, the Honourable Minister Lagrange, the Honourable Mr. Horner, the Honourable Mr. Scow, the Honourable Mr. Ellis, the Honourable Mr. Amory, the Honourable Mr. Newdorf, the Honourable Mr. Lowen, the Honourable Mr. Wilson, the Honourable Mr. Jean, the Honourable Mr. Dreesen, Mr. Long, Mr. Yao, the Honourable Mr. Turton, the Honourable Mr. Nally, the Honourable Mr. McIver, the Honourable Ms. Furr, the Honourable Mr. Jones, the Honourable Mrs. Sawney, Mr. Getson, the Honourable Mr. Sigurdsson, the Honourable Mr. Yassine, the Honourable Mr. Hunter, Mr. Rosewell, Mr. Van Dyken, Ms. Pitt, Mr. Sear, Mr. Lunty, Mr. Weeb, Mr. Boychenko, Mr. McDougall, Mr. Wright, Mrs. Petrovic, Mr. Stefan, Mr. Dick, the Honourable Ms. Armstrong-Hominock, Ms. DeYoung, Mr. Sinclair, Mr. Bouchard, Mr. Singh, Ms. Lovely, Mrs. Johnson.
All those opposed, please rise.
Mr. Shepherd, Member El-Maliki, the Honourable Ms. Ganley, Ms. Wright, the Honourable Member Phillips, the Honourable Ms. Gray, the Honourable Member Ceci, the Honourable Mr. Sabir, the Honourable Member Hoffman, Ms. Hoyle, Ms. Pancholi, Mr. Ellingson, Ms. Renault, Ms. Chapman, Member Irwin, Ms. El-Junaid, the Honourable Mr. Egan, Member Kayende, Mr. Diol, Member Tejada, Mr. Ip, the Honourable Ms. Sigurdsson, Dr. Metz, Member Loyola, Mr. Kozowski, Member Aramenko, Ms. Goring, Member Beauparai, Member Batten, Mr. Haji, Mr. Dack, Ms. Hayter, Member Burr.
Mr. Speaker, total for the motion 45, total against 33.
The motion is carried and so ordered.
Bill 8, Justice Statutes Amendment Act 2023 is now read a third time under Government Bills and Orders for third reading. Bill 5, Public Sector Employers Amendment Act 2023, adjourned debate. The Honourable Mr. Horner.
Honourable members, before the Assembly is third reading of Bill 5, Public Sector Employees Amendment Act 2023. Are there anyone wishing to join in the debate? The Honourable Member for Calgary Foothills has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am happy to rise and speak against the Public Sector Employer Amendment Act. I certainly hope that after the hour that's allocated to this debate that we'll be able to hear some arguments and that the members on the other side will perhaps come to their senses on this bill and that we will vote against this bill. You know, one might have to ask when we're talking about the compensation for boards and commissions of, again, with so many of the other bills that we have talked about this evening, of what the justification was. Again, we've heard so many of my colleagues on this side of the aisle ask, you know, when you're out talking with your constituents, the typical Albertans, when you're in the shops, is this something that you hear people coming to you saying, wow, you know what we really need to do in this province is change the compensation for people on boards and commissions? This isn't what I'm hearing from people when I'm out in the community, asking them what's important to them. I think you've heard me speak already a couple of times about what really is important to the people in my constituency, because I've already risen to speak a few times about the need for schools.
Yeah.
I think I've already talked a few times about how so many parents that I have spoken to about the challenges that they face in getting their kids into a school that is crowded, that doesn't have the teachers required to teach the number of kids in that school. But we have already heard from this government that that's not a particular concern to them, having voted down our private members' bill that would ask them to report on class sizes and make sure that we have the proper number of teachers and educational assistants there for those schools. I certainly hear from my constituents about their need for health care and access to healthcare. I'm going to honestly say that when I was door knocking and campaigning, where I really started to learn about how personal politics can be and the deeply personal, emotional stories that people were sharing about healthcare. Yeah. Nobody was sharing with me deeply personal, emotional stories about the need for higher salaries on boards and commissions. Yeah. I will say one interesting thing, though, about these boards and commissions and, you know, who has the ability to appoint the members of these boards and commissions. And I'll share a story. I'm not going to disclose any names, but you've also heard on this side of the aisle, my colleagues, you know, talk about, you know, like who's naming people to these boards and commissions? Is it their friends that are on these boards and commissions? I will say, interestingly, you know, like somebody that I know pretty well who, you know, skirted around, even though a dear friend of mine, a supporter of our party, donated to our party in 2019. And after the government of the day found out that she had donated to the NDP, she was removed from her seat on one of these boards and commissions.
Wow.
So
it's bad.
Now, knowing that we're appointing our friends to these boards and commissions, the argument has been made about the need for these salaries to be flexible in attracting people to work in these positions. And I think you've also, you know, heard earlier on other bills the understanding of the needs out there to attract talent into our province. You did see on this side of the House vote in favor of Bill 7, knowing that we needed to make a move to attract talent into our tech sector. So I think it is understood that we can wrap our heads around, you know, what's needed to attract the necessary talent into our province. But, you know, given the blanketed nature of who this applies to, you might have to wonder, do we need that flexibility to attract people to be on the board of the Agricultural Financial Services Corporation? You might be able to, say, talk us into the argument of a post-secondary institution, even though we're not necessarily going to buy that either. But why did this have to apply across the board when maybe it wasn't necessary to be applied across the board? And when we think about, you know, not just that we're appointing friends to be on these boards and commissions, but, you know, let's talk about the fact that, you know, a lot of people who are on these boards and commissions are retirees. They are professional board members, that there probably isn't the requirement for these people to be realizing these salary gains. And so I think, and of course my screen has died. So my talking notes all disappeared.
It's okay, there they are.
And so, you know, another thing that I'd also like to bring forward is that we know that this is kind of like a pulling back of legislation that the NDP put in place to put some controls around this when we were in government. So it feels a little bit like we're stepping back into that, you know, summer of repeals that we went through with Jason Kenney. I guess one of the other things I'd like to ask or muse about is this bill coming from, you know, ostensibly a Conservative Party, being named the United Conservative Party. You know, I would think that a Conservative Party would be thinking about fiscal responsibility.
Nah.
And I'm wondering why a government that ostensibly would be thinking about fiscal responsibility would be opening the door for ballooning salaries on boards and commissions across the province. You know, potentially, how many roles are we talking about? Hundreds? If every single one of those was increasing only by 10% or 20%, how much money are we talking about? And is that responsible for a Conservative government to be spending this money in, frankly, quite an irresponsible way, when these funds could be directed towards, say, teachers, educational assistants, nurses, doctors? Isn't that where we should really be thinking about salaries that are being earned and the benefits that are provided to our society and what Albertans are really asking for? And I think if that were our question, I think we would change our mind and that we would say no to Bill 5, which is what I encourage all members on each side of the House to do. Thank you.
The honourable member for Calgary North East.
Mr. Speaker, the Premier and the UCP are removing all salary restraints for Alberta's boards and commissions, opening the door for the massive and shameful misuse of taxpayers' money seen under previous Conservative governments. And that's not what Albertans want, that's not what my constituents want, and that's not what I'm hearing from them. My constituents are struggling to put roof on top of their head. They are struggling to put food on their tables. Their tuition costs have gone up. Their insurance costs have gone up. Their utility bills have gone up. And their pensions are at risk under this government. That's what they're worried about. That's what they're telling me. And I represent about 70% of visible minorities in my riding, and they're worried about the recognition of their foreign credentials. I was glad when this government came up with the idea of striking a new committee, but I was again sad to see that they were trying to put their own friends on that committee as well, which we don't know how it will function, what resources will it have, and what will be the outcome of that. I mean, since the beginning of this session, we have seen this government working very hard to provide gift for themselves, to provide the gift for their wealthy and insiders and well-known people. They are not focused on what Albertans need. They are not focused on what Albertans want. And this bill does nothing to address. This bill instead fuel their gravy train, and this bill will also set the stage for unbalanced bargaining. I know government doesn't like any consultations, and we have seen that with the CPP, Madam Speaker. We have seen Albertans coming to our town halls in various cities in Alberta. We are holding in-person town halls. People are walking in. People are raising their hands to express their concerns and saying that they do not want this government to gamble with their pensions. They are sending a clear message to this government to keep the hands off their pensions. They do not want for any Alberta pension plan. They are very happy with the secure. They are very happy with the current Canada pension plan that is already existing in this country. But unfortunately, the finance minister and the entire UCP, they have not listened to them. They are not responding to them. I'm sure they are also getting so many emails. I'm sure they are also being reached out by so many constituents of theirs. I'm sure that people are reaching to them, but unfortunate part is that this government is not listening to Albertans. That is the basic job of any elected official, to at least listen before forming any policy or start working on any public policy. It is so unfortunate. It is so embarrassing. It is so disheartening for all Albertans that they are not being listened by this government. And on this side of the House, we are doing what the government should be doing. We are doing what any elected official should be doing. What we are doing, we are reaching out to Albertans. We have opened up the survey. We are listening to business organizations. We are meeting with labor organizations. Calgary Chamber has opposed their idea. Many labor organizations have opposed their ideas. And I mean, there is not a single credible organization that has actually endorsed their idea of Alberta pension plan. And no organization has ever told us that they want that that their priority is more gifts for the wealthy insiders, that their priority is for the UCP cabinet ministers. Not a single constituent of mine has ever mentioned to me that they would love to give this government, this cabinet, more power. Not a single one till today. I am so disappointed with the work that I have seen with this government, and instead of listening to Albertans and instead of listening to the people who represent Albertans, instead of debating on various issues, instead of debating on the topics and on issues that matter to Albertans, this government is bringing forward motions to close the debate. I mean, that is not democratic. That is anti-democratic. I have seen so many students. They are sleeping in the cars. I have seen so many students. They are calling me to find a room in Olds College because they're struggling to find a room there. I've seen so many. We held a town hall in University of Calgary where my colleagues, our leader and member from Strathcona was also there to listen from the students, and they have spoken clearly that their tuition costs went up. They have spoken clearly that they are facing housing crisis. It's not a problem. It is the housing crisis that this province is facing. We are seeing healthcare crisis. Emergency wait times have gone up. We have seen 13 hours emergency wait times. Under this government, there is a centralization of the ambulance dispatch time that has created so much chaos in our healthcare system. They promised to fix the healthcare system in 90 days, Madam Speaker, and it has been more than a year since, and Albertans are still waiting for the change in healthcare system. Instead of fixing the healthcare, what they have done is they have appointed Lyle Oberg, who tried to start the private healthcare hospital in Canada, and before the shovels could get in the ground, he was sued, Madam Speaker, and we have seen. And we have seen that this government has failed on every front, whether it is pensions, whether it is hospitals, whether it's recruiting more doctors. And that is why I request all the members on the other side, because I'm sure all members on this side are voting against this bill, so I request all the members on the other side to stand up for Albertans and vote against this.
Are there others that wish to join the debate? The Honourable Member for Edmonton-McClung.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise this evening to be crisp and intelligent. Perhaps not as crisp and intelligent as member for Calgary Northeast just was in his remarks, because it certainly was a fountain of information to be reckoned with in his retelling of the history and bad record of the Conservative government so far in treating Albertans with the dignity and respect that they require in an era of high inflation and rising costs, when they're begging for government to be attentive to their needs, yet this government insists on rolling out pieces of legislation which are anything but reflective or relevant to the needs of Albertans right now. I, Madam Speaker, was not around in 1935 when my mother was born then, but that was the era, of course, when social credit first took place in this province, and I know that that was an era where we saw, radio programming from Bible Bill Aberhart on CJCA, and my goodness, Madam Speaker, we seem to be going back to a bygone era. We've got Saturday radio programs by the current Premier. So in other ways, we're reverting back to what we were in 1935. Some of the practices we're seeing, Madam Speaker, are reminiscent of another era. That one began in 1971 when the Conservative Social Credit Party changed horses to the Progressive Conservative Party in 1971 under Peter Lougheed. And in that era, we see a modernization of the type of graft and corruption that this particular government of today seems to want to emulate. And I'm not one who closes one eye to the graft and corruption that I see around me. I know that one expected, I had great expectations in 1971 when I was in grade 9, seeing a new era.
The Honourable Minister of Mental Health and Addictions and Appointment.
Members opposite bemoan the lack of time we have to debate. We're now minutes into the speech. I rise on 23B sub 1. Not speaking to a relevant matter at discussion. I ask the members opposite to, if they are going to bemoan the amount of time left in the chamber, to speak to the question in front of us in the bill. We've heard history of 1971, a number of other matters, a wonderful story about Mr. Aberhart, who I respect deeply. Please speak to the matter at hand, as we have limited time in our chamber, and I'd like to debate the matters in front of the people of Alberta.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Buller-McCall.
Madam Speaker, it's not a point of order. Because member was talking about how this bill will open the floodgates of corruption, and that's pretty much relevant because that's exactly what this bill is doing. It's not a point of order.
May not be a point of order, but perhaps an opportunity to provide some caution to the honourable member to debate the bill at hand, which is Bill 5, the Public Sector Employers Amendment Act 2023. I will ask the member to continue with his remarks, given my comments on the matter. The honourable member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Bill 5, Public Sector Employers Amendment Act, is exactly what I was talking about. Speaking in terms of historical references, Madam Speaker, to the types of legislation that we've seen successive Conservative governments engage in providing themselves benefits, and providing their friends benefits, and providing those appointed to serve on public boards and commissions wealthy wages or big paychecks in order to serve on boards and commissions. And Madam Speaker, why my historical references were perfectly in order, and I was rather offended by the members from Peace River's interjections in my commentary. I don't think it was warranted, Madam Speaker, but in any case, I still will contend that the historical record shows that this step now where we're on in 2015, this current UCP government is following a tradition of payola and a position of people lining up at the government doorway looking for a large paycheck, and you can hear the rumbling of the corporate world ambling up to the doorsteps of the Premier's office, hoping to receive the reward that they think they now deserve or are entitled to, because the door has been opened once again, Madam Speaker, to the type of entitlement that we saw in past eras, and in progressive Conservative governments, in social credit governments, in Conservative governments successively, where they believe that indeed the public purse belongs to them. And that is not the type of government that we believe is necessary and is ever necessary, Madam Speaker, but that's what you get typically in a Conservative government era. You don't necessarily see a social democratic government being accused of graft. They may be accused of spending too much on the public, of caring too much, Madam Speaker, for the individuals they serve, of making sure that families can keep their heads above water in trying times. But never have I ever heard of a social democratic government accused of spending money on themselves. They look towards spending it on doing something for somebody other than themselves, and that is the public that they serve. Madam Speaker, and I always respect the social democratic way, and we look forward to Conservatives learning from us.
Yeah. Are there others to join the debate? The Honourable Member for Calgary-Buller-McCall.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to speak to Bill 5. I think it's an piece of legislation that does a number of things that we are deeply opposed to. One, it opens the door for increased pay and perks for the UCP friends and insiders, gravy train. And second, it also has implications for public sector bargaining as well. Even though on this side of the house, many of us, many Albertans, many of our constituents, they are thankful for public service employees, the organizations, unions that represent them, and the work they have done historically, like for instance, weekends, paid vacations, sick leave, child labor laws, 8-hour workday, overtime pay, healthcare in general, public healthcare, breaks during work hours, holiday pay. I can go on and on. But this government has always shown, I guess, a tendency to go against not just public sector, but those who represent them in collective bargaining process. And with that, I think that that's not okay, and I do want to move an amendment that will protect public sector bargaining of collective bargaining of public sector employees.
Honourable members, this will be known as Amendment to RA1. Honourable member, please proceed.
Member from Calgary, Borough McCall, to move that the motion for third reading of Bill 5, Public Sector Employers Amendment Act 2023, be amended by deleting all of the words after that and substituting the following. Bill 5, Public Sector Employers Amendment Act, be not now read a third time because the Assembly is of the view that the bill doesn't sufficiently protect the collective bargaining rights of public sector employees. So it's a pretty straightforward amendment that this bill does not protect collective rights of public sector employees. And our public sector deserves far better than this from this government, from all of us. That's why I urge all members of this House to support this amendment, and I urge the government to support this amendment, take time, go consult with public sector, go consult with public sector unions, those who represent them, and get this right. Thank you.
Are there members wishing to join the debate on Amendment RA1? The Honourable Member for Edmonton, Glenora.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and certainly the reason for this amendment is in good sense, making sure that we don't have lopsided legislation. And I want to reinforce what the member for Calgary Bloor-McCall just said around the importance of unions having an opportunity to represent public sector employees. And I will say that this government has a very, at best, shaky track record when it comes to respecting collective agreements. One of the very first moves that the former member for Calgary Acadia did as Minister of Health was totally disrespect and tear up the agreement that was struck with doctors in good faith. And I will say that that is one of the things that has contributed to the healthcare crisis that we're experiencing in the province of Alberta right now. When governments don't show respect, when employers don't show respect to collective agreements, it creates a chill, and it definitely has lasting impacts. We've seen the number of vacancies and the number of turnovers in nursing staff increase significantly over the last 4.5 years while the UCP has been in government. Those who are leaving after their first year, registered nurses in particular, the number has doubled of people who are registered nurses who leave their profession within 1 year because
for a large reason, many don't feel respected. The government could be coming into this place with legislation to focus on those nurses, to focus on the opportunities to rebuild respect and trust with healthcare professionals who they say are needed. But instead what the government's doing is coming in here and steamrolling over thoughtful regulations that flow from legislation to put caps on the amount of compensation for executive members, including those in agencies, boards and commissions like those that they're now ballooning and creating so much redundancy in terms of health care. So whereas we used to have caps far below $500,000 a year for the head of AHS, the government's decided that they're going to get rid of that they're going to give the minister the ability to determine this through some advisory councils maybe and land on their own recommendations. They certainly aren't giving that same provision around unions being able to set their own compensation. They're going to do that with their friends and insiders. And they're going to move from having one head for one health region to having many executives, many CEOs, many other opportunities to add bloated bureaucracy. We used to hear members of the Wild Rose talk about how they wanted to get more money to the front lines, but what we've seen so far is a significant number of postings for department staff, for executives to work in the healthcare system under the current government. This seems to be their priority, is to create more levels of bureaucracy, more redundancy, more red tape, more executive positions, and they're going to blow the lid off what the compensation can be for those folks as well. Madam Speaker, it definitely doesn't reflect the values of everyday mainstream Albertans when it comes to the priorities of this House. We're only looking at 9 bills from this government, and one of theirs, 2 of theirs, in fact, are around creating more opportunities for the rich to get richer, and at the same time, they're looking the other way when ordinary working people are struggling to make ends meet and meet their needs when it comes to housing. We've proposed bills to address the housing crisis. When it comes to health care, we've proposed bills to make sure that you are never forced to pay a membership fee to see a family doctor. The government of today says, well, that's redundant because we have the Canada Health Act. But I will tell you, if they actually believe in the Canada Health Act, they should have had no problem with reinforcing those tenets through our legislation and committing to making sure that we actually have them as a founding law in the province of Alberta. I suspect that what they're hoping is that one day we won't have the Canada Health Act. I suspect that what they're hoping is that they can continue to force their privatization agenda. When they send out layoff notices to nurses saying you're probably going to have a different employer, well, they did that very same thing 4 years ago, and in their business plan, they made it very clear that their intention was to reduce the number of registered nurses in the province of Alberta. Only because we ended up in a major public health crisis, only because those frontline healthcare workers were so desperately needed, was the UCP derailed from their plans to lay off registered nurses. So, Madam Speaker, this amendment, as brought forward by my colleague from Calgary, Buller-McCall, I think is definitely worthy of consideration in this place. I think that the working people of this province deserve more respect than what they're seeing through the railroading through of high-priority bills to jack up executive pay and bloat bureaucracy from a government that once said they stood up for the little guy. That definitely isn't what's happening in this bill, Madam Speaker. Thank you for your time.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Ellerslie.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's always a pleasure to address the House. And, you know, I'm a big fan of telling stories, as you well know, Madam Speaker. You've heard a lot of my stories in the past. And you know what? Let me start with once upon a time. Once upon a time, there was a progressive conservative party. And this progressive conservative party, well, they had lots of friends and insiders that, you know, they'd actually go to and actually just name and put these friends and insiders on their agencies and boards and commissions of the government of Alberta. It was the time of entitlement. It was the time of just, you know, making the rich richer, doing favors for all these buddies and insiders. And let me tell you, Madam Speaker, the people were having enough of it. Because you know what? After progressive conservative government after progressive conservative government, the people would tell them, hey, we don't want this. We don't like this anymore. And you know what, Madam Speaker? The Progressive Conservatives, they'd have some kind of infighting. They'd change their leader, and they'd be like, oh, we're reinventing ourselves. We're reinventing ourselves. And you know what, Madam Speaker? Years and years, months would go by. Madam Speaker? Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes. Order. Order is what we need.
The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And so, literally, sometimes months would go by, and the public would come back and say, enough of with this new party, and they'd go and they'd change their leader again. And they'd come back and say, oh, we've changed our ways, that we're not going to be entitled anymore, and we're not going to do the same. And then you guessed it, Madam Speaker, months would go by, and oh, they'd have to find themselves another leader, because, you know, the leader of the day would spend money on certain things, top floor of the QE2 building turned into an apartment, or a flight to South Africa on a public plane that actually belonged to the people. Private meetings throughout the entire province. They would just use public resources for private ventures. And the people were growing tired and tired and tired of it. And of course, all throughout this time, these members from the newly invented progressive parties, or the newly created, invented progressive conservatives, would say, oh no, we've learned our lesson, we're not going to do that again. But yet they'd continue putting their friends and insiders on the agencies, boards, and commissions. Well, it finally got to a stage, Madam Speaker, where the Alberta public said, okay, we've had absolutely enough of this progressive conservative government. And they elected the Alberta NDP. Yay! And let me tell you, one of the things that the Alberta NDP did, Madam Speaker, is they put an end to putting friends and insiders in on the agencies, boards, and commissions. And you know what? One of the things that they did, Madam Speaker, is to actually get on an agency, board, or commission, you actually had to apply. You had to go through an interview process. And the best candidate from the Alberta public was identified and then put on that agency, board, and commission. It was a transparent process, Madam Speaker.
I know it's novel, but...
It was a transparent process, Madam Speaker.
Sit up.
And it was a time when Albertans started to trust their government, because they saw that they were actually being transparent. But for some reason, Conservatives, they don't learn their lesson. And then they end up taking us back to that culture of entitlement. And that's exactly what we see here in Bill number 5, the Public Sector Employers Amendment Act. So now not only are they putting their friends and insiders on the agencies, boards, and commissions of the government, now they're saying, oh, we're going to give our friends and insiders a big pay hike. And this at the same time, where, as I was describing to you before, Madam Speaker, Albertans are trying to make it to the end of the month. Some of them a paycheck away from being houseless, not being able to make the mortgage payment. Some people not having to forego on the actual basic needs of their children. Some of them having to put monthly operating household budget costs on their credit cards because they just can't afford it to make ends meet, because the members across the way, while at the same time that they've decided that they're going to give their friends and insiders a pay hike, they decided to take the cap off of utilities, take the cap off of insurance, and make life more difficult for average Albertans trying to put food on the table. So here we are, Madam Speaker, going back in time yet again with the Conservatives, but this time, the two Conservative parties decided to get together, right? And they called themselves the United Conservative Party. Oh my goodness, Madam Speaker. And you can bet that they said, oh no, we've learned our ways, we've changed our ways, but here we are, going back to the same culture of entitlement, Madam Speaker. Well, let me tell you, you can bet that I, as one MLA, I'm going to spend a lot of my time going out to the public, as I always do, and sharing the story of these Conservatives and how they continue to put in legislation that culture of entitlement, of helping their friends and insiders by putting them on these agencies, boards, and commissions, and giving them a pay hike. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member, order. The honourable member for Edmonton City Centre on Amendment RA1.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Happy to speak in favour of the amendment because I absolutely agree this bill doesn't sufficiently protect the collective bargaining rights of public sector employees in the province of Alberta. Now, the Minister of Finance insists this bill is necessary so we can recruit and retain skilled talent in key positions. Now, Madam Speaker, that's familiar language. Something we're hearing in a lot of jurisdictions across Canada when it comes to healthcare workers. I think pretty much every jurisdiction across the country, they're trying to figure out what they need to do to recruit and retain healthcare workers. But while this government insists we have to move immediately on this new framework for them to be able to pay more for, say, pay more to recruit or retain a university president, the chair of the AGLC, or any number of positions that the UCP gets to directly appoint people to, perhaps their friends and supporters, they're singing a very different tune when it comes to, say, doctors, nurses, or other healthcare workers in this province. You know, being able to pay higher salaries to positions where they can appoint their friends and supporters, that's a top priority, Madam Speaker. It's the fifth bill that they bring forward in their first sitting in the legislature, but improving pay for, say, family doctors, well, Madam Speaker, that's something they've been dragging out for years. Indeed, they spent about 2 years attacking and undermining family doctors, wearing them down first, forcing them to have to close clinics, lay off staff, leave the profession, leave the province. Then they took a year and more to renegotiate and try to settle down and undo the damage they've done and sign a contract that they probably could have signed if they just sat down at the table in 2020. At a time of crisis in our healthcare system. And since then, Madam Speaker, while they rush on this bill and this new framework for potentially paying more to their friends and supporters, when it came to doctors, it's just been a succession of committees and task forces and promises that they still actually haven't bothered to follow through on yet. So we're at a time of crisis in our healthcare system that the minister just admitted in question period today is made worse by the damage the UCP has done to primary care. That is worsening the hospital situation, the damage they did to the primary care system. But family doctors, while they rush on this bill, are being told, well, wait another 6 months, we need another task force, and we'll talk to you around budget time. I can tell you, Madam Speaker, that does not reflect the priorities of Albertans. That does not show a government that respects collective bargaining rights, and that is why I support this amendment. And if we want to talk about nurses, Madam Speaker, Now, regardless of this government's claims, we are not recruiting or retaining enough nurses. That is seen by the closures that we continue to see every day across this province. ORs, obstetrical services, emergency rooms, urgent care centres, and more, because we lack the nurses that we need to be able to staff properly. But while they're rushing, Madam Speaker, to get bigger salaries for the people that they appoint, nurses get a letter. A letter from AHS, I'm sure under instruction from the government, warning about potential reductions in positions flowing from the movement of functions outside the organization. I can tell you, Madam Speaker, far more Albertans are concerned about our ability to recruit and retain nurses than the President of the University of Alberta, or whatever board or commission or agency this government is looking to appoint people to. But this government is not acting quickly to meet that. This government is not acting out of concern for that. They're certainly not acting out of concern for collective bargaining rights when it comes to things that are actually a priority for Albertans. So we see that again and again. We just had the government pass Bill 8 where they are awarding themselves the ability to collect bigger gifts. That's not going to get a single Albertan access to a family doctor, Madam Speaker. That's not going to do anything for the folks that are waiting hours in the emergency room tonight, or the folks that are triple bunked in the rooms, or the folks that are receiving care in the hallways. But those are the priorities of this government. So that is why, Madam Speaker, I will be voting against Bill 5 when it comes to that, but in the time being, I will vote in favor of this amendment. Thank you.
The honourable member for Edmonton Riverview.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it's my pleasure to join the debate on Bill 5, and I know we're on an amendment, reasoned amendment of this bill, that it be not now read a third time because the Assembly is of the view that the bill does not sufficiently protect the collective bargaining rights of public sector employees. So I just want to expand a little bit on that to all members of this House through you, Madam Speaker. The Minister, according to this legislation, will be determining the membership of employer committees and councils and associations. And that gives an extraordinary amount of authority and power to that minister. And of course, you know, we want to have good processes in any healthy democracy because that is really how the best people are put in those positions. But what this legislation does is kind of disregard all of that. And the UCP, we certainly know by their track record that they have repeatedly put friends and insiders into key government positions and into key boards, agencies, and commissions over and over and over again. And one of the most egregious examples that I'd just like to remember the members of the House is about the appointment of Janice Harrington as the health advocate. She was the CEO of the United Conservative Party, and after the election in 2019, the government at that time appointed her as the health advocate. Did she have the qualifications to be the health advocate? Did she have experience in that sector? Why was she chosen for that position? Because she was a friend of the current government. And of course, that didn't serve Albertans. And at that time, the government closed, actually, the Seniors Advocate Office and said, oh, it's okay, the Health Advocate's Office will deal with everything. But again, the appointment of Janice Harrington, who was card-carrying UCP member, executive director, CEO of the party, was put in that position and very little was done during her tenure. And I'm very glad she's no longer in that position. But I am concerned with this legislation because, of course, the minister can determine who those people will be on those boards, agencies, and commissions going forward. And I know that when the NDP was government, we had a very rigorous process of selection when we looked at many factors to make sure that we had the best candidates. You know, we looked at diversity issues, we looked at gender, race, people with lived experience, because we know that who is at the table makes a difference. But if everyone who's at the table is just doing the government's bidding, then so many Albertans are forgotten, because it's from one perspective. It's a privileged perspective oftentimes that doesn't understand what it's like to be in the LGBTQ community, to be a single mom, to have lived in poverty. Any of these examples, we need all people to be at the table. And this bill is showing us that the UCP cares not at all regarding that. And they're just throwing away sort of any competence that committee or agency or board or commission would have, because they don't seem to care that any kind of rigor in that process is done. So, this is why this amendment is so important, and that all members of this House should support it. And this bill should not be read how many times? A third time, because for other reasons also, because the whole taking out the Auditor General's authority to oversee agency boards and commissions. I mean, that again is a principle of democracy, that there are independent offices of the legislature and they oversee government agencies, boards and commissions. And cavalierly, this bill just strips the Auditor General from any responsibility. And that's quite surprising, because I've listened to the UCP talk ad nauseum about how much they care about democracy, how much they care about fiscal responsibility, and it flies in the face of all of that. It's so here in black and white that it's like, oh, no, we don't need any kind of fiscal oversight to look at this. So that's also another significant reason this bill should not be read a third time. And the final thing I just want to say is, again, it does remove the controls on the executive compensation. And, that, of course, is very concerning, especially in the time we are here in our province, where we know that many Albertans are suffering. People are suffering because the price of insurance, the price of electricity, the price of groceries, the price of gas has all gone up very significantly, along with interest rates. And this has created much hardship for Albertans. And we need to be supporting that, but instead of that, we're just thinking about, who's being appointed again to these boards and commissions. These are the UCP insiders, the friends of the UCP. They're going to be given exorbitant salaries, and the cap that was in place is going to be taken off. And so again, this is a huge concern. So these three things, the lack of oversight by the Auditor General, they're removing controls on executive compensation, and of course, the erosion of really fairness in the public sector bargaining that this bill brings forward is why I certainly stand to say that this amendment, where the bill is not read a third time, should be supported by all members of this Assembly if they care at all for the people of Alberta. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Southwest on Amendment RA1.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's my pleasure to speak in favour of this amendment, and certainly I will take some time to speak against this bill. Time and again, this government has demonstrated that they are not on the side of ordinary Albertans. Surprise, surprise. And let me just say that I am proud to be on the side of the House where we represent the interests and the priorities of everyday Albertans. We're focused on their priorities, unlike the members opposite. I keep asking myself this question and try to understand this. Why this bill? Why now? And the answers from this government doesn't quite add up. First, retaining and recruiting talent as the principal reason for this bill doesn't quite cut it. As members opposite know, we already have a generous compensation scheme for boards, commissions, and agencies comparable to the rest of this country. If not, in many cases, we have actually some of the best compensated senior leadership in this country. And let me just add that there is no justification for the University of Alberta president, as an example, or any top executive to make 28 times more than an entry-level worker. In some cases, it's actually more than 28 times. I ask the members opposite to think about and many of or some of the folks in this House would remember or recall the Auditor General report in the early 2000s that came out with some scathing conclusions on unchecked excesses in agencies, board, and commissions. And I want to ask members opposite, do we really want to go back to that time? Apparently so from this bill, because that's exactly what will happen. And we've seen this movie before. And Madam Speaker, Albertans do not like entitlement. If there is one thing that is the start of the end of a government, it's really entitlement. And this government has demonstrated that it is so out of touch with everyday Albertans. As my colleagues have already mentioned, I do want to remind them of the priorities of Albertans and what I'm hearing on the doorsteps in case they're not hearing the same things. I've heard from families who are now spending, in some cases, 70% more in groceries, children and parents with children who require specialized supports, yet there are no EAs in overcrowded classrooms. In my riding, there isn't a single high school, despite being the fastest growing riding or one of the fastest in the province. So many children. You've heard the story over and over, whether it's in Edmonton or parts of Calgary or other parts of this province. Children travel long distances each way, sometimes over an hour to go to school. I've met in my riding a relatively reputationally affluent riding, but I've met seniors who skip meals because they are on fixed incomes, and this is the only way for them to make it work because of rising grocery bills. This government's priorities are misplaced. Rather than fund teachers, educational assistance, support for seniors, this government would rather fund hundreds of thousands of dollars, maybe even collectively millions, to their friends and supporters. And this is shameful, Madam Speaker. But I'm also worried about one other thing that we don't often think about. What I'm worried about is the slow erosion of our structures of accountability, the safeguards that exist to put limits on power. Unchecked power, as we have seen in other jurisdictions, like our neighbors in the United States and other jurisdictions around the world, will slowly but precipitously erode our democracy. It creates mistrust and cynicism in our electorate. It erodes trust. And that's important, Madam Speaker, because we are here by the trust of the electorate. It is a privilege not to be taken lightly. So by taking away the Auditor General's authority in this bill, by removing any caps and controls, is simply will take away the only accountability structures left in order to keep this government in check. But there's this larger theme that I want to speak to, because whether it's Bill 5 or Bill 2 or Bill 8, this government's agenda is the same, and it's quite clear. There is a through line. It's self-serving. It's about three things, Madam Speaker. It's about power, it's about entitlement, and it's about avoiding transparency and accountability, and that is incredibly dangerous. Considering that this government continues to consolidate all power with the Premier and Cabinet, my question to them is, what do they have to hide? Why are they trying to limit debate and ram through legislation in the night, hoping no one will notice? That's right. And as the honourable member from Edmonton-Glenora has mentioned, this bill gives the government the ability potentially to create more levels of bureaucracy without accountability. And ironically, I have to say that's not typically a Conservative position. And let me just say that that's because this government is not a principally Conservative government. This government has demonstrated that it only cares about power, not about everyday Albertans, and they are eroding our safeguards and structures of accountability while increasing sweetheart deals, compensation, and perks for themselves and their friends as part of the UCP's gravy train.
Choo choo.
Everybody's asleep. That's okay. And again, that is shameful. The reality is that this legislation doesn't represent the needs of everyday Albertans, and we simply, on this side of the House, cannot support it. When you compare the UCP government's priorities and the needs of Albertans, the difference is stark. Let me remind the members opposite the challenges of Albertans again, and I know I'm sounding like a broken record, but I have to say it's the reason I'm here. I'm here because I'm here to fix the challenges that Albertans fix, or at least try very hard to. And Albertans that I speak to are facing significant challenges such as skyrocketing rents and a cost of living crisis, detrimental emergency room wait times, challenges accessing a doctor. They're concerned about the safety of their pensions. Hard-working Albertans are struggling with so much. And so many that I speak to want to see new schools to address overcrowding in growing communities like mine. And instead of championing the urgent needs of the people, the UCP seems more focused in indulging in pension gambles or rewards for their friends. There is a through line, actually, through all of the three bills. And they're ultimately prioritizing legislation to serve their own interests. And that's wrong, because Albertans deserve a government focused on their priorities, one that will uphold integrity, honesty, and a commitment to making evidence-based decisions. I'm asking members of this House to heed this warning. Because, again, I feel like I've seen this movie before. Albertans do not take lightly to politicians who line their own pockets and those of their friends. Think of the No Meat Committee, remember that? Or the Sky Palace, do you remember that? Yeah. And, I think
Is the minister responsible?
More dangerously, it doesn't just damage their own reputation, it damages the reputation of this House. It erodes trust. And I think for the sake of this very, very important institution, I certainly hope that there will not be another scandal of the UCP.
I hesitate to interrupt, but pursuant to Government Motion 22, I must now call every question necessary for the disposal of Bill 5. So, first, on Amendment RA1 is moved by the Honourable Member for Calgary, Boulard-McCall. All those in favour of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. That is defeated. Division has been called. Ring the bells.
Honourable members, a division has been called on Amendment RA1 as proposed by the Honourable Member for Calgary, Buller, McCall. All those in favour of Amendment RA1, please rise.
Honourable Ms. Notley. Mr. Shepherd, Member El Maligi, the Honourable Ms. Ganley, Ms. Wright, the Honourable Member Phillips, the Honourable Ms. Gray, the Honourable Member Ceci, the Honourable Mr. Sabir, the Honourable Member Huffman, Ms. Hoyle, Ms. Pancholi, Mr. Ellingson, Ms. Renault, Ms. Chapman, Member Irwin, Ms. Elginade, the Honourable Mr. Egan, Member Kayende, Mr. Diol, Member Tejada, Mr. Ip, the Honourable Ms. Sigurdsson, Dr. Metz, Member Loyola, Mr. Kozowski, Member Aramenko, Ms. Goring, Member Beaupry, Member Batten, Mr. Hadji, Mr. Dack, Ms. Hayter, Member Brar.
All those opposed to Amendment RA1, please rise.
The Honourable Mr. Guthrie, the Honourable Mr. Glubish, the Honourable Mr. Nicolaides, the Honourable Mr. Williams, the Honourable Minister Lagrange, the Honourable Mr. Horner, the Honourable Mr. Scow, the Honourable Mr. Ellis, the Honourable Mr. Amory, the Honourable Mr. Newdorf, the Honourable Mr. Lowen, the Honourable Mr. Wilson, the Honourable Mr. Jean, the Honourable Mr. Dreesen, Mr. Long, Mr. Yao, the Honourable Mr. Turton, the Honourable Mr. Nally, the Honourable Mr. McIver, the Honourable Ms. Furr, the Honourable Mr. Jones, the Honourable Mrs. Sawney, Mr. Getson, the Honourable Mr. Sigurdsson, the Honourable Mr. Yassine, the Honourable Mr. Hunter, Mr. Rosewell, Mr. Van Dyken, Ms. Pitt, Mr. Sear, Mr. Lunty, Mr. Weeb, Mr. Bochenko, Mr. McDougall, Mr. Wright, Mrs. Petrovic, Mr. Stefan, Mr. Dick, the Honourable Ms. Armstrong-Homenuk, Ms. DeYoung, Mr. Sinclair, Mr. Bouchard, Mr. Singh, Ms. Lovely, Mrs. Johnson.
Mr. Speaker, total for the amendment 34, total against 45.
That amendment is defeated. Honourable members, pursuant to Government Motion 23, on third reading of Bill 5, the Public Sector Employees Amendment Act, all those in favour of third reading, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. In my opinion, the ayes have it. That motion is carried and so ordered, and a division has been called. Call in the member. Honourable members, the division has been called on third reading of Bill 5. All those in favour of third reading, please rise. Order.
The Honourable Mr. Guthrie, the Honourable Mr. Glubish, the Honourable Mr. Nicolaides, the Honourable Mr. Williams, the Honourable Minister LaGrange, the Honourable Mr. Horner, the Honourable Mr. Scow, the Honourable Mr. Ellis, the Honourable Mr. Amory, the Honourable Mr. Newdorf, the Honourable Mr. Lowen, the Honourable Mr. Wilson, the Honourable Mr. Jean, the Honourable Mr. Dreesen, Mr. Long, Mr. Yao, the Honourable Mr. Turton, the Honourable Mr. Nally, the Honourable Mr. McIver, the Honourable Ms. Furr, the Honourable Mr. Jones, the Honourable Mrs. Sawney, Mr. Getson, the Honourable Mr. Sigurdsson, the Honourable Mr. Yassine, the Honourable Mr. Hunter, Mr. Rosewell, Mr. Van Dyken, Ms. Pitt, Mr. Sear, Mr. Lunty, Mr. Wiebe, Mr. Boychenko, Mr. McDougall, Mr. Wright, Mrs. Petrovic, Mr. Stefan, Mr. Dick, the Honourable Ms. Armstrong-Howanuck, Ms. DeYoung, Mr. Sinclair, Mr. Bouchard, Mr. Singh, Ms. Lovely, Mrs. Johnson.
All those opposed to third reading, please rise.
The Honourable Ms. Notley. Mr. Shepherd, Member Elma Leahy, the Honourable Ms. Ganley, Ms. Wright, the Honourable Member Phillips, the Honourable Ms. Gray, the Honourable Member Ceci, the Honourable Mr. Savier, the Honourable Member Hoffman, Ms. Hoyle, Ms. Pancholi, Mr. Ellingson, Ms. Renault, Ms. Chapman, Member Irwin, Ms. Elginade, the Honourable Mr. Egan, Member Kayende, Mr. Diol, Member Tejada, Mr. Epp, the Honourable Ms. Sigurdsson, Dr. Metz, Member Loyola, Mr. Kozowski, Member Eremenko, Ms. Goring, Member Boparai, Member Batten, Mr. Haji, Mr. Dack, Ms. Hayter, Member Brar.
Mr. Speaker, total for the motion 45, total against 34.
The motion is carried and so ordered.
Bill 5, Public Sector Employers Amendment Act 2023 is now read a third time. Under Government Bills and Orders for third reading, Bill 2, Alberta Pension Protection Act, adjourned debate. Honourable Mr. Horner.
Honourable members, before the Assembly's third reading of Bill 2, is there anyone wishing to join in the debate? Seeing the Honourable Member for Edmonton Beverly Clairview has the call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to lend my voice to the chorus of Albertans who are firmly and soundly against this bill. When I consider the merits of this bill, and for me right now there really aren't any, I will think about my mom and dad who a number of years ago were privileged enough to retire. They worked really, really hard. And certainly during the course of that hard work, they were very lucky and privileged to have access to private pensions. But I know, and I know this because I had conversations with them, the knowledge that the CPP was going to be there for them during their retirement factored into their ability to really lean into their retirement. And it took a lot of that worry away. To know that financially, at least, they would be okay as they move from their 60s and 70s to their 80s and beyond. It's about dignity in retirement, and it's about valuing seniors. And for me, it's really concerning that so much of the decision-making on this issue...
Order. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Beverly Clairview has the call.
It's concerning that so much of the decision on this issue will end up resting in the hands of a very small group of people, particularly when the issue is one that cannot be walked back. If we leave, we cannot return. And knowing my mother, boy, I know she would have had some totally choice words about this one.
Oh, yeah.
This, Mr. Speaker, is why people are concerned. They are afraid and they are worried. And it isn't fear-mongering, it's just fear. And it's a well-founded concern and fear because Albertans know that this is a government that is not to be trusted. There are so many issues and so many gaps with this bill as it stands. I don't understand why, if there is a referendum, it doesn't have to be binding. What then is the point? There is nothing in the Act which allows for the proposed question to come before the Assembly and be debated. Again, why not? Folks across the aisle will often speak about how important it is to have transparency, to make sure that we have a debate, but yet they are unwilling to have that debate on such an important question. And I continue to think about my mom and dad, but I'm not only thinking about my mom and dad, I'm also thinking about my grandparents and those people of my grandparents' generation. My mom and dad's friends who are a little bit older, all those folks that they worked with, folks prior to 1966, before the CPP, and the kinds of lives that our seniors were often living. Too many of our seniors prior to the CPP were living in abject poverty. But since the CPP, poverty for seniors has decreased immensely, and it's made a difference. In particular, it's made a difference to women. The CPP and how it works, the trust that Canadians feel in this plan is something that shouldn't be discounted by a government that says that it's in the business of working on behalf of everyday Albertans. My mom and dad were everyday working Albertans, Mr. Speaker. Everyday Albertans do not want the instability this brings, and they don't want the worry and concern that it brings. Now, we've heard lots and lots today about how it's important to explore. We need to explore the notion of an Alberta pension plan. Well, on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we've actually explored that, and it's called an NDP caucus town hall. I was at one only a couple of weeks ago, and there was no doubt. Albertans don't want to leave the CPP. Folks want this government to keep their hands off the CPP. Now, exploration could have looked like a government survey, maybe even a workbook, but unfortunately, both those items created by this government lead participants to the conclusion the government is looking for, and so really they cannot be considered a true and unfettered exploration of what Albertans really think about the prospect of leaving the CPP. Not only that, but there are, among many other concerns I have about this bill, is the knowledge that there are so very many workers who have come to Alberta to work in oil and gas, in construction, and in our renewable sector, in the trades. They might not be residents here, but they spend many of their working hours, even working years here. They fly in, they fly out, they work here, and they continue to contribute to their CPP without worry or cause for concern. Earlier today, I spoke to a group of stakeholders for whom this is of great concern. They worry about the future livelihood of their members, of the folks they work with every day, and they also have grave concerns about what it means in terms of future job opportunities. Given the level of uncertainty this bill creates, that uncertainty is happening right now. Why on earth, during a looming shortage, and we know there's a shortage of workers in the trades, would anyone want to even come and work in Alberta when they know that years later they could potentially be grappling with two different pensions, because there's no guarantee all those necessary agreements will be in place in time? For those folks who work here temporarily, or folks like my daughter who began her career here but lived in BC, the issue of moving to an APP is a concern. What will happen to their contributions? What will happen when they're ready to retire? Will they have a choice about whether or not they can stay with the CPP? Are they worried? Yes, they are. Do they want to have to deal with more paperwork and red tape? No, they don't. In other jurisdictions, referendums must have a nonpartisan information component, and they allow for public funding of opposing sides, specific groups and organizations that are able to position their point of view within limits. And as a former teacher, this really appeals to me. This is equity, and this is providing people with the information that they need. But instead of that, we have a government that has spent so many dollars on a series of telephone town halls which are lopsided in their views. Instead of operating on a let's actually listen to what Albertans are saying, we have a government that doesn't really want to listen. So I thought what I might do now is share a couple of opinions for some hardworking everyday Albertans who have emailed me from my inbox. From a constituent who says, I am writing this in response to the announcement today that the UCP will be going ahead with pursuing a removal of Albertans from the Canadian Pension Plan and a subsequent implementation of an Alberta pension plan. I, like many Albertans, am staunchly not in support of an APP and am writing to you, my MLA, to state as much. Given the current track record of the UCP, Teachers' Pension Fund through AIMCO, the skyrocketing electricity rates, the handing out of billions to oil and gas as an incentive to clean orphan wells, the uncapping of insurance rates, etc., etc. I have absolutely zero confidence in this government to manage my or anyone else's pensions. Additionally, the idea that we would just abscond with 52% of the CPP's assets is a delusion of grandeur and frankly abhorrent. There is already proof that the numbers in the report are heavily skewed, no doubt attempting to establish evidence for an already preconceived result. Again, I, as an Albertan, want no part in the removal of my pension from the CPP, and I, as an MLA, will not be voting for this bill.
Are there others? The honourable member for Edmonton South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to once again rise to speak to Bill 2, the Alberta Pension Protection Act. So let me say again that I cannot in good conscience support Bill 2. As Bill 2 currently stands, only the contributions of Albertans who are already part of the CPP are protected. So anyone who joins after, meaning our children, our grandchildren, will not have their contributions protected. Quite frankly, any MLA in this House who supports Bill 2 is only looking out for themselves and their party and not Albertans. The retirement security of millions of Albertans is at stake. This bill is nothing but a gimmick, a sham, and quite frankly, an insult to Albertans who have worked hard for many years for their pension. And I'm sure this will be put in the shredder the second it no longer benefits the UCP. And who will ultimately suffer? Albertans. Albertans deserve to have their voices heard. When this UCP government continues to gamble with their retirement security. And again, Mr. Speaker, this is downright shameful. How can this UCP government ignore thousands of Albertans who are vehemently in opposition of this ridiculous plot? And as it stands right now, Bill 2 allows for notice to be given under the Canada Pension Plan prior to holding a referendum, and results are not binding on the government. The CPP has provided retirement security and predictable income for seniors since the 1960s and has received huge global praise. We all contribute with the understanding that when it comes for us to retire, we can expect a steady stream of income where the risks are being managed directly by the plan. Mr. Speaker, let me tell you, hundreds of residents in Edmonton South have reached out to me by email, by messages, and even coming into my constituency office vehemently against this bill, and angry and frustrated and tired. I could speak at length sharing hundreds of these emails and messages. I'll start with my constituent, Ken. He recently shared with me, he said, MLA Hoyle, I want to tell you. I'm reading his email, pardon me, okay? Member of Edmonton South, I want to tell you that the UCP needs to keep their hands off of my CPP. For many Albertans, the CPP is their main source of retirement income. It's absolutely not worth the risk. According to many pension experts, he says, pulling Alberta out of the Canada Pension Plan is pure spite, and there's nothing in it for us Albertans. The risks and huge extra costs will be very devastating. Ken says, why is this government so out of touch with Albertans? We cannot trust them. At a time when economic uncertainty and rising costs of living are impacting every single Albertan, we're in a housing crisis. The last thing we need is to gamble away Albertans' pensions and add more worry and stress and concern. Another resident of mine in Edmonton South, Ruth, a senior and retired nurse, she recently emailed me saying, I am sick and tired of this government focusing on the wrong things. We Albertans need stability and accountability and support. What about our health care and better access to hospitals? This is Edmonton South, of course, where there's no hospital access. What are they thinking, this government? They don't care about us seniors. Where's the dignity? When will this end? Mr. Speaker, Albertans are concerned with many, many things, and losing their retirement security is not one of them. My colleagues and I know that speaking against this bill is about protecting retirement security of millions of Albertans. During the election, the Premier told Albertans, look, no one is touching anybody's pensions. Pensions belong to pensioners. It belongs to Albertans, and no one is going to be touching their pension. Wow. There's another example. This is another example of the misinformation that the NDP keeps running on because they don't want to talk about their record. Well, our record shows that we were right to stand up for Albertans. We were right to believe the Premier when she talked about her considerations to leave the CPP. And now we are right to stand up and demand that this shameful attempt to gamble away Albertans' pensions be abandoned. Our in-person town halls are repeatedly standing room only, from Edmonton to Red Deer to St. Albert. Albertans everywhere are showing up in droves to voice their concerns. And if the Premier and her caucus actually agreed to in-person discussions, they would know that. Now, I understand the members opposite may be scared to engage with everyday Albertans on this topic. If they're receiving even a fraction of the phone calls and emails that me and my colleagues are receiving, they would have a sense of the sheer volume of Albertans that oppose this bill. But rather than have conversations with Albertans, the government has wasted millions on misinformation campaigns around its proposed Alberta pension plan. This government has no interest in actually hearing what Albertans want when it comes to protecting their pensions. They cannot even ask straightforward questions on online surveys. As I said repeatedly in this House, I cannot support the Bill 2 that many Albertans do not want. Therefore, I encourage all members not to support Bill 2. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Are there others? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Castle Downs is next.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise tonight to speak to Bill 2 again, the Alberta Pension Protection Act. You know, this is something that I think every member in this chamber has heard about extensively. I know government members have heard about it because we're CC'd in the emails. I know that it's something that Albertans are talking about, definitely. But they're not in support of it. The majority of Albertans that we talk to are afraid that this piece of legislation is going to pass when no one asked for it. We've had town halls on this side of the House. We want to talk to Albertans and hear what their concerns are. And we're not afraid of that. And what we're doing in this chamber is allowing that voice to be heard. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, it's falling on deaf ears, and it's been limited to 1 hour of debate. And so here we are in the middle of the night at 11:10, trying to plead with the government to do the right thing, to listen to Albertans. Unfortunately, that has not been what's happening in here. We've put some significant amendments forward and asked this government to look at them, to listen to what Albertans are saying, and just take a pause. Take a break, just perhaps wait, take an opportunity to really listen. The government stands up and claims that they're listening to Albertans and they're consulting, and that just simply isn't true, Mr. Speaker. We hear from so many in the province that are afraid. There are so many that are accessing CPP or are planning their retirement right now and are nervous about what that looks like for them in their future. And I can tell you that when we talk about the CPP, there's a pride in being Canadian and having this pension that so many in our country have worked for and are looking forward to take part in. And part of belonging to the CPP is being Canadian, and it gives you the luxury to live and retire in any province across the country. And I worry that people are going to be discouraged from coming to Alberta because of the fear of what this government's going to do with their money. This government certainly does not have a good track record when it comes to investing or taking care of finances. We saw war rooms. We saw a whole bunch of advertising happening for things that are simply not true, Mr. Speaker. And I worry about what corporate is doing when they're looking at this. I know when we were debating in the last session about their Sovereignty Act, that put alarm bells in through corporate companies considering coming here or not considering coming here because of the fear of what Alberta's doing. So many that we've spoken to talk about the importance of being Canadian. They don't want to separate. They want to be part of Canada. They identify as Canadian first. And when we have a government that's put forward a Sovereignty Act that is now talking about pulling out of the CPP, that frightens Canadians. It frightens investors who want to potentially come here and invest in our province. When we have such an unstable government that are making these decisions that go against the rest of Canada, that's a significant concern, and I'm worried about our economy. When people look at coming to Alberta, they want to see things like a stable pension plan. They want to see things like doctors and nurses and a strong education system. That is not what this government is showing them. They're saying, you know what? We're going to do what we want to do despite the rest of Canada. And that is not something that brings investors to invest in our province. It scares them away. This is a province that has so much to offer. We have so many that have contributed to our CPP. And the fact that people are considering not coming here because they're afraid of their future is absolutely terrifying. And the fact that this government isn't listening to the majority of Albertans is quite frightening. We know that majority of Albertans are saying absolutely not, hands off our pension. They know it too. Why they're not acknowledging that is quite concerning. The way that they've surveyed the province isn't even about asking the one simple question, do you want to stay in the CPP? Yes or no? That wasn't an option in the survey. So when we hear them say, trust us on the referendum, I don't believe that we can. And Albertans don't believe that they can trust them either. This wasn't something that they campaigned on. This is their second bill. It's quite concerning that they are going so significantly against the majority of what Albertans are asking for. Mr. Speaker, I would ask that members really consider listening to those that elected them and stop this piece of legislation and not support Bill 2. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I will end my comments. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Red Deer South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am very happy to stand and speak in favor of Bill 2. Mr. Speaker, this is a super-duper bill. Mr. Speaker, I attended the NDP town hall. And Mr. Speaker, I attended it in good faith. And I appreciated seeing Albertans. Yep. And Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, I was hearing lies and misrepresentations. Yep. It's very disappointing, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order is called. The Deputy Official Opposition. Hang on. The Deputy Opposition House Leader.
Arise pursuant to 23(8) and J. as I was walking in, I did hear the word lies and misrepresentation. I think member has been around for a while now. He knows better than this. He's using the language that is unparliamentary and that will cause disorder in the House, and it should be ruled point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It was just about a week ago where the member and the Honourable Minister of Environment was accused of lying. This was said outside of the chamber, and when you ruled that it was not a point of order, you did so under the pretense that you cannot comment on things that were or were not said outside of the chamber and off the record of Hansard. Mr. Speaker, I contend the member that just spoke and against whom this point of order was called did not call the members liars, but he said that he heard lies and misinformation. I don't see how you can rule on this point of order against that member, given the precedent set recently almost a week ago. If, in fact, the member said members opposite lied in this chamber, or a member lied or was misrepresenting the facts or doing indirectly, which you can't do directly, I get it. That is a point of order. But you have set precedents, Mr. Speaker, and I encourage all, this is not a point of order.
It's difficult to know, in fact, what the member was about to say, because the point of order was called prior to him concluding his sentence. So for you to ascertain what the member was going to say, whether he was going to refer to the town hall or whether he was going to refer to the language that the opposition used yesterday or the day before or whichever it was that he was referring to, well, you can't tell him what he was referring to now that you've made the argument. And the Honourable the Speaker will also be able to rule on any point of order. And for you to imply that I don't know how you could rule, the good news is the Speaker gets to rule on every point of order, be it this one or subsequent points of order. I'm happy to have the ruling brought up from just a number of days ago, because I am of the opinion that you've misrepresented the ruling that was made. Now, I concur, or here's what I will say, is that the use of the word lies is regularly going to create disorder. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Rutherford on a number of days was making an accusation about herself, not about someone else. And the Honourable Member has already said that he would be more than happy to use another word, which he is about to do.
Sure, Mr. Speaker. I mean, there's a lot of adjectives that can be used. But, Mr. Speaker, I was hearing many untruths. I was hearing many false things. I heard a lot of fear-mongering. And, Mr. Speaker, a couple days ago, actually in the legislature, unfortunately, the washed-up prior premier of this province accused me of saying that I said at the town hall that we were going to eliminate CPP premiums for businesses. Mr. Speaker, that was false.
Point of order is called. The Honourable, the official opposition Deputy House Leader.
Again, 23 HINGA, and what I heard that washed up former premier of the province, I think that's a language that is disrespectful, insulting, and certainly will cause disorder in this House. It should be ruled out of order.
The Honourable Member, would anyone like to argue this point of order, or shall I rule? The Honourable the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I have a sneaky suspicion that this will not be the last time I'm on my feet during this speech, because the member from Red Deer South clearly has a certain effect on the members opposite. Maybe it's the truths that he speaks. Maybe it's his conviction in his principles. Maybe he's just smarter than the members opposite, Mr. Speaker. But I can assure you that the member has the best intention. If there's other submissions from the members opposite, they are more than welcome to stand up after I'm finished my remarks. But until then, I appreciate the same courtesy provided to the member from Calgary-Boulard-McCall. With that, Mr. Speaker, I suggest this is not a point of order. It's a matter of debate whether or not the member, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, is in fact in that state of her career or not. I suspect that leadership races that have already commenced on the opposite side would suggest that there's going a certain direction, but that's not for me to to confirm or deny. I'll let the members opposite start booking their campaign events. But Mr. Speaker, I don't think it's a point of order.
Are there others? I am prepared to rule. The honourable member for Red Deer South certainly used language that is likely to create disorder, particularly referring to a specific member inside the Assembly and ways that they may or may not be. It's unlikely to create disorder. I'd like the honourable member to apologize and proceed.
Sure, I'll apologize. Mr. Speaker, the person who lost an election twice stood up in this House and said that I said that CPP premiums would be eliminated for businesses. And Mr. Speaker, that was untrue.
Here, here.
Very disappointing. Yep. It's important that when we make arguments, we don't make things up. Let's stay to the facts. And Mr. Speaker, I want to confront the untruths and the fear with the truth. Now, the truth is, and I only had 2 minutes to speak at this town hall, and I was respectful of the process that the NDP had.
Order, order, order. The honourable member for Red Deer South has the call.
Speaker, they're just trying to interrupt because they can't handle the truth, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to share not only with the members opposite, but most important, Mr. Speaker, with Albertans, the truth about an APP. And Mr. Speaker, I shared with my friends at the town hall why I'm excited about an APP, and it's this, Mr. Speaker. There are 3 main reasons why I'm excited about an APP for Albertans. This will save billions for Alberta workers, for Alberta businesses, while position us to improve pension benefits and increase security for Alberta retirees. And Mr. Speaker, that is why an APP is very good for Albertans. And Mr. Speaker, let's talk about first an APP benefits Alberta workers. And Mr. Speaker, the members opposite, they talk, they shriek, they screech about concerns about inflation and affordability. And Mr. Speaker, we're all concerned about that, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I've said in the House, since 2019, Trudeau has jacked up CPP premiums for Alberta employers by over 40%. And Mr. Speaker, you know why they're so defensive, Mr. Speaker? Is because it was their former leader who has lost an election twice. She was the one who corroborated with the worst Prime Minister ever. Canada's first NDP Prime Minister. The joke of a Prime Minister for Canada, who hopefully gets kicked out as soon as possible. But Mr. Speaker, Alberta workers have suffered under this awful. They suffered under this awful NDP government until they kicked them out, Mr. Speaker, which is a really wonderful thing. And of course, they've lost twice now. You know, and we'll see we'll hear, I'm sure, of some exciting retirement plans. I understand may not be in the province of Alberta, but we'll just move on away from that. But Mr. Speaker, here's the thing. Alberta workers can save hundreds, over $1,000 each year under an APP. That's really the crux of it, right? And Mr. Speaker, that can be a very big deal for Albertans. You think about it. We helped with affordability, and we pay, last year or earlier this year, there was over $1 billion paid by Alberta taxpayers to help those less in need, Mr. Speaker, with affordability payments. Mr. Speaker, if we, under an APP, we can save even more. And the great thing about it is it doesn't cost Alberta taxpayers. We simply keep in Alberta the money that Alberta businesses and workers would otherwise ship off to Ottawa. And I know that's what the members opposite, they don't really care. I mean, they ran up the deficit just like Trudeau runs up deficits. They're shipping the money out of Alberta, right? We're not going to have that, Mr. Speaker. We want to keep that money in the pockets of Alberta workers. And, Mr. Speaker, there's a lot of hypocrisy. Hypocrisy and weakness in the members opposite who don't comprehend that by having our own APP, we'd be in a position to reduce payroll taxes. And, Mr. Speaker, that is a very powerful benefit. And, Mr. Speaker, the members opposite are just sticking their heads in the sand. They don't even want to understand this opportunity. They're not even giving it a chance, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, let's talk about an APP also benefits Alberta businesses. And again, unfortunately, the former Premier, who's lost twice in election, I can tell you something, Mr. Speaker, this individual will not get a third time to lose in another election. Be sailing off into the sunset. But, Mr. Speaker, we have to understand that businesses are under siege in Trudeau's Canada. The Trudeau NDP axis, Mr. Trudeau. Mr. Speaker, Trudeau's Canada is a fiscal train wreck. Sort of like how the NDP were running this province into the ground. Trudeau has smashed through $1 trillion in debt, accumulating more debt than all prime ministers before him combined. And, Mr. Speaker, Trudeau's gross negligence, waste, and disrespect for taxpayers will be millstones around the necks of our children and our children's children. Mr. Speaker, Alberta has the highest per capita GDP in Canada. Rejecting Trudeau's woke socialist values of mediocrity and virtue signaling, producing nothing. And, Mr. Speaker, Trudeau's Canada appears to resent Alberta with policies that single out Alberta, seeking to attack, hold it back, and drag it down. And, Mr. Speaker, we've got to protect ourselves. You know, and, Mr. Speaker, it's very unfortunate that the members opposite are Trudeau's bosom buddies. They're partners. They're partners in crime, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
A point of order has been called. The Honourable, the official opposition Deputy House Leader.
Is that your...
Mr. Speaker, I rise under 23H&J, and I'm also trying to draw your attention to relevance. Here we are talking about a serious issue, people's retirement security. And for last, I don't know, however minutes, I have not heard one thing that would be relevant that why this bill should not be referred. Second thing, first referring to us as someone's booze buddies and partner in crimes and all that language is disrespectful, is not a good language. It will cause disorder in this House, and I would urge you to rule this out of order, or at least provide this member caution that we stay on course.
Leader.
What I heard was a riveting speech about defending Alberta's best interests. And if going forward the member from Red Deer South has to preface each of his speeches with trigger warning, by all means. But, Mr. Speaker, the members opposite clearly can't handle the truth, as the member has already said in his statement. I don't think this is a point of order. I rather think that he is saying things that are displeasing to the members opposite, which is part of our job here in this legislature, to defend Alberta's best interests, which we believe we're doing with Bill 2. That is what the member's talking about. I do not believe this is a point of order, but I leave it in your very capable hands.
Are there others? I am prepared to rule. I would only just say, the Speaker is of course reluctant after just a couple of minutes of dissertation from a member on a particular piece of legislation for me to call up to agree on a point of order with respect to relevance. I'm 100% confident that this would be a negative impact to members in the future. Having said that, I do know that when members speak specifically to the legislation that is before the Assembly, that always helps improve decorum. I encourage the honourable member to consider that as he uses the remainder of his time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's sum it up as follows, Mr. Speaker. An Alberta pension plan can produce a game-changing competitive advantage for Alberta businesses. We can have the lowest payroll taxes in the entire country, incenting job growth, incenting job growth rather than discouraging job growth. And Mr. Speaker, that is something that the members opposite do not understand.
Nope, they don't understand there's payroll tax.
Unfortunately, under the members opposite, private sector jobs shrunk, Mr. Speaker, shrunk under this awful government. But Mr. Speaker, I want to talk about the third thing, and that is Alberta retirees. Yes. How do they benefit? Mr. Speaker, currently, under the CPP, the asset expenditure ratio is under 10. And what that means is that current CPP assets are able to pay for less than 10 years of benefit expenditures. In a sense, current contributors from Alberta are young adults who are currently paying into the CPP. Their money is not being used for their pension benefits. They're being consumed by anyone else. Yep. But Mr. Speaker, under an APP, the asset expenditure goes up over 20.
Holy crow.
And Mr. Speaker, that doubling of asset expenditure creates more security for Alberta retirees. And Mr. Speaker, as well, because we're not having to ship billions of dollars every year to Ottawa, we get to keep that money in Alberta. We are better positioned, Mr. Speaker, to increase not only the security for Alberta retirees, but also to enhance and protect their benefits. And Mr. Speaker, it's very disappointing for me, Mr. Speaker, to see the members opposite undermining something that would bless Albertans. I encourage them to support this bill, Mr. Speaker. Face the truth, Mr. Speaker. This is good for Albertans. Please educate and inform yourselves. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Are there others? The honourable member for Banff Kananaskis has the call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's see if we can get this back on track for the last 30 minutes. Okay. The pension bill. I just want to start with another gentle reminder that Albertans don't want this. Just in case there was some lack of clarity around what democracy actually is and what our job is to represent the needs of Albertans. That is what they elected us to do, regardless of which party they voted for. That is our job. Just preparing for this moment in the legislature, I quickly went into my email inbox and had another look just to see if I could find an email, one email that was pro-Alberta pension plan. And you know what? I did. I found one. But I found many more that were very much against an Alberta pension plan. Many more. And there are things in those emails, there are words that are very difficult to read. I'm reading things from my constituents who are saying that they are utterly horrified at the idea of an Alberta pension plan. That an Alberta pension plan is ludicrous, flawed, and outrageous. That this idea is spiteful. It is a government picking yet another fight with Ottawa for no reason. It's all about the war on Ottawa. It's not about serving Albertans, that this Alberta pension plan takes unnecessary risks, that it creates instability, and that it reduces trust in government. And I read those words and I take that very seriously because I want my constituents to trust me. And in fact, I really would like for them to trust everybody in this House. But it's very clear that they don't. So let's just review a little bit of some UCP history around pensions. In 2019, the Alberta NDP introduced Bill 203, which would have required consultation for altering pension management directives and rules, and that was voted down by the UCP. In 2020, we introduced Bill 208, which would have required a further referendum on whether the AIMCO should be the investment manager of an Alberta pension plan, and that was voted down by the UCP. And let's just for a moment go back in time and remember that whole AIMCO fiasco. Let's just take a minute to remember how the UCP government wanted to take Alberta's teachers' pensions that were managed by the Alberta Teachers Retirement Fund, which generated excellent returns of nearly $20 billion worth of investments for 84,000 current and retired teachers. But in spite of that excellent track record, the UCP forced Alberta teachers to move their funds to AIMCO. Adding insult to injury, the UCP finance minister at the time promised that teachers would retain control over that investment strategy, and then under a ministerial order was like, no, just jokes. Actually, you can't. And what happened there, he imposed a ministerial order of his own investment management strategy on those pension funds. And what happened after that? The Alberta Teachers Association sued the provincial government to get better control over their pension. And they won, and so they did. And they were able to have control over their teachers' retirement fund and over their pension. And what all of that does is it creates uncertainty, it continues to build a lack of trust in government to actually listen to the needs of Albertans and to address the things that they care about. And it actually ended up going to the courts, which takes up legal time and legal capacity. We keep hearing from the Minister of Finance that this cake isn't baked. I've heard that a half a dozen times, at least in question period, when we've asked about the pension, that the cake isn't baked, so don't worry about it. It's not a done deal. If it's not a done deal, yeah, it's a half-baked idea for sure. And if it's not a done deal, why are we debating a piece of legislation that will support it if it's not a done deal? Not to mention that the consultation around the Alberta pension plan is a sham. If you are asking people what they think about an Alberta pension plan, maybe one of the questions in the online survey should be, do you support moving to an Alberta pension plan? But it isn't a question in the online survey. Albertans haven't been asked by this government how they feel about the concept of moving from a Canada pension plan to an Alberta pension plan. They haven't been asked that outright as a question. And the reason for that, I think, is that the members opposite know what the answer is. The answer is keep your hands off my CPP. This whole situation, I like talking to the camera though. This whole situation is invented by the members opposite to pick a fight with Ottawa, and it just continues to build a lack of trust in Albertans. At the end of the day, it ain't broke, don't fix it. Thank you.
Are there others? The Honourable Member for Calgary Mountain View.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise to move an amendment on behalf of my honourable colleague from Calgary, Buller McCall. I'll keep a copy of that. Bill 2, the Alberta Pensions Protection Act, be not now read a third time because the Assembly is of the view that the provision respecting the referendum procedures would not establish the necessary conditions for a fair and impartial referendum process.
Honourable members, this will be referred to as Amendment RA1. The Honourable Member for Calgary Mountain View.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, so I am going to limit myself a little bit to time here. Okay. So, boy, there are a lot of reasons I could go on at length about why this referendum provisions are problematic. They are problematic in the main because they are non-binding. And so, honestly, this bill is supposed to represent what the UCP is doing with respect to pensions as democratic. But it is quite the opposite, Mr. Speaker. Fundamentally, it is anti-democratic. It is anti-democratic for 3 reasons. 1, the UCP hid this from the public during the election. They had the opportunity to have this conversation, and they told the public they weren't going to do it. Now, a lot of Albertans were extremely skeptical because Albertans are smart and they know that the UCP can't be trusted. But, you know, they did probably convince some folks. And, you know, Mr. Speaker, I'm a big fan of honesty, I guess, is what I'm a big fan of. And the UCP specifically told the public this wasn't a thing they were going to do, and it is the second bill they introduced immediately after that election. Secondly, the referendum isn't binding, and that's exactly what this amendment refers to. So they're saying they're going to have a referendum to like bind the government to make sure that they act in the interests of the people. But Mr. Speaker, the referendum isn't binding. So they are running around representing to the people of Alberta that this is a bill that will ensure that there is a referendum that is binding, but the language in the bill makes it clear that the referendum is not binding. Thirdly, Mr. Speaker, the government is using money, $7.5 million to be precise, to advertise at people to misrepresent the state of play. They are running around with this 53% number, and the number, like, I mean, the number isn't just wrong, it's dumb. 53% is a dumb number. It's obvious that it's not correct. It doesn't take some sort of complicated math or some sort of complicated analysis to see.
Order. The Honourable Member for Calgary Mountain View has the call.
To see that Alberta is not entitled to 53% of the CPP. The only reason this number has been advanced is to create a fight. And they can yell all they want. Albertans know this number is fake. The member from Red Deer South got to witness the number of Albertans in Red Deer who know that this number is fake. And they were well schooled, in my view. This is further, Mr. Speaker, part of a larger issue. It's part of a larger issue. The UCP are fundamentally against our social safety net. They have passed bills to break up AHS, to erode public health care, to allow increased privatization. They have taken Alberta to the lowest per student funding in education in the country. To erode our public education system. Class sizes are ballooning under this government. They have fired 20,000 educational assistants in an effort to ensure that Albertans don't have access to public education. And here is the third piece of their plan. They are attacking public pensions. They are trying to remove from Albertans their access to a pension, their access to the right to retire in dignity. Why, Mr. Speaker? Well, my theory is this. Public health care, public education, pensions, our social safety net, they increase equality. They increase the ability of people to participate in society regardless of their station. These things mean that people aren't set back, that they aren't cut off, they aren't bankrupted by getting sick, that your educational attainment is based on your merit and your effort rather than on your parents' bank balance. They mean that every senior has the ability to retire in dignity. And fundamentally, these folks don't like equality. They like the system whereby insiders profit and everyday Albertans suffer. So, Mr. Speaker, this bill is extremely problematic. It doesn't do what the UCP claim. Everything they have to say about it basically is incorrect or false, and I think that that is highly problematic. I think what is more problematic is that these folks are using this as a means to pick a fight with Ottawa, to win political points, with zero regard for everyday Albertans and the impact that this will have on their lives. This is a government that is focused on their own political means. They should be focused on people. Mr. Speaker, we were sent here to represent the people of Alberta. That is who we should speak for, and the people of Alberta have been clear. This is a terrible bill. They don't want it, and those folks proceed anyway. Thank you.
Member for Calgary Edgewood to speak on Amendment RA1.
Caucus has heard from over 38,000 Albertans through our survey at pensions at albertasfuture.ca. That's 38,000 people that have filled out a survey saying that they do not want the Alberta pension plan. And, you know, more and more people are sharing their voices and speaking out against these proposed changes. Our town halls have been overflowing with crowds. And you have to wonder, why is that? And it's because they want to come and let people know that they don't want to leave the CPP and be part of the Alberta pension plan. They're mad. Our residents are mad. I'm very proud of the fact that the MLA of Calgary Foothills and I are going to host a town hall so we can actually listen to the residents that live up in the Northwest. And let people have that opportunity to share with us how angry they are and to be able to hear how it's going to impact each of their lives. And, you know, I'm sure that every single one of us on this side of the House are going to continue to be bringing the messages and the concerns from our constituents about leaving the CPP and their requests for us to stop this destructive proposal. You know, whenever I've gone door knocking, I have yet to have somebody say to me, I want to leave the CPP. In fact, the last time I went door knocking, I had elderly ladies holding my hand and saying, please, and without asserting my name, fight for me. I don't want to lose the CPP. They were holding my hand and saying, please, just fight for me. You know, and it's interesting that you're saying that because, you know, today, and they also told me that when during the election, they were not told that you guys were planning to pull out of the CPP, that everybody was going to stay there and you guys were good. And then earlier today, when I asked if you guys were listening to Albertans, we heard the honourable member for Drumheller-Seltzer say there was a straw poll done in the spring and it was called an election. So I'm left wondering, because it kind of feels to me, and I know it feels like my constituents, like a bit of a bait and switch. So Albertans have made it very clear that their opposition has a plan, and I urge tonight I hope that we can all think about the people who are living on CPP and how they are paying their bills and choosing between rent and food. We are gambling with our parents' and our grandparents' stability.
Member for Calgary Varsity has risen to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I cannot support Bill 2, and I certainly support the amendment that we not read this into the next stage. Not only is this Alberta Pension Protection Act not needed, because the Canada Pension Plan has supported Canadian retirement for 60 years without drama, but it also is ranked one of the top performing pensions in the world. It is a Canada-wide plan that means stability and safety. My good friend, the MLA from Calgary Foothills, also reviewed the data and found that there was a relationship between the price of oil and the spread between contributions and benefits in Alberta. In 1989, the price of oil was $67 a barrel, and 10 years later, it declined to $23 per barrel. During this time, the spread between what we put in and what we took out decreased. Does this government really want to tie the viability of our pensions to the price of oil? We have a lot already riding on that price of oil. It's time we got off that roller coaster. It's also important that our pensions be protected from political meddling from any government. We must not put Albertans at risk of higher premiums like Quebec pays, and we must not subject Albertans to the APP to make them vulnerable to the economic and demographic downturns of Alberta's population. We must not ask Albertans to accept a phony plan to walk off with over half of the CPP assets. That's right. And every Albertan that I have spoken to is unwilling to risk political meddling and bad investments, except one. I found one too that said they wanted this, and he felt that this was because it was the first step for Alberta to separate from Canada. We needed to get our pension money out. So in hearing from constituents, they don't want this pension. They don't want to look greedy to other Canadians, and they're very concerned about the portability. They're concerned that their children who moved away for a period of time and hopefully will return to Alberta won't have difficulty between having two different pensions. They're worried that if they want to retire to BC or back to their original home in Atlantic Canada, that they won't have difficulty. They're concerned that agreements between Alberta and other parts of the country may not in fact be so easy to organize after we've just swindled our fellow Canadians out of a lot of their pension benefits. So I would like us to continue to hear from Albertans, and we will continue door knocking and with our pension town halls. Thank you.
Member from Edmonton Highlands Norwood, just under 1 minute left.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is an absolute honor to rise in this House, and I may have the last word on Bill 2, the Alberta Pension Protection Act, which absolutely does not protect Alberta's pensions. And I'm going to use this remaining minute to urge those members opposite to start listening to their constituents, to stop with the misinformation, and actually, for once, serve in this legislature and represent the people they were elected here to serve. Mr. Speaker, we've heard from countless Albertans, and they've had one clear message, and that message is hands off our CPP!
Order. Honourable members, pursuant to Government Motion 21, I must now call every question necessary for the disposal of Bill 2, the Alberta Pension Protection Act, at third reading. On the amendment RA1, as proposed by the Honourable Member for Banff-Kananaskis on behalf Calgary Mountain View, on behalf of the member for Calgary Boular-McCall. On Amendment RA1, all those in favour, please rise. Say aye. I'd never presuppose the decision of the Assembly. All those opposed, please say no. In my opinion, the noes have it. That amendment is defeated, but a division has been called. Call in the members. Honourable members, on Amendment RA1 as proposed by the Honourable Member for Calgary Mountain View, on behalf of the Honourable Member for Calgary Boulder-McCall, all those in favour of the amendment, please rise.
The Honourable Ms. Notley. Mr. Shepherd, Member El-Maliki, the Honourable Ms. Ganley, Ms. Wright, the Honourable Member Phillips, the Honourable Ms. Gray, the Honourable Member Ceci, the Honourable Mr. Sabir, the Honourable Member Hoffman, Ms. Hoyle, Ms. Pancholi, Mr. Ellingson, Ms. Renault, Ms. Chapman, Member Irwin, Ms. El-Junaid, the Honourable Mr. Egan, Member Kayende, Mr. Diol, Member Tejada, Mr. Ip, the Honourable Ms. Sigurdsson, Dr. Metz, Mr. Kozowski, Member Aramenko, Ms. Goring, Member Beaupre, Member Batten, Mr. Dack, Ms. Hayter, Member Brar.
All those opposed, please rise.
The Honourable Mr. Guthrie, the Honourable Mr. Glubish, the Honourable Mr. Nicolaides, the Honourable Mr. Williams, the Honourable Minister Lagrange, the Honourable Mr. Horner, the Honourable Mr. Scow, the Honourable Mr. Ellis, the Honourable Mr. Amory, the Honourable Mr. Newdorf, the Honourable Mr. Lowen, the Honourable Mr. Wilson, the Honourable Mr. Jean, the Honourable Mr. Dreesen, Mr. Long, Mr. Yao, the Honourable Mr. Turton, the Honourable Mr. Nally, the Honourable Mr. McIver, the Honourable Ms. Furr, the Honourable Mr. Jones, the Honourable Mrs. Sawney, Mr. Getson, the Honourable Mr. Sigurdsson, the Honourable Mr. Yassine, the Honourable Mr. Hunter, Mr. Rosewell, Mr. Van Dyken, Ms. Pitt, Mr. Sear, Mr. Lunty, Mr. Wiebe, Mr. Boychenko, Mr. McDougall, Mr. Wright, Mrs. Petrovic, Mr. Stefan, Mr. Dick, the Honourable Ms. Armstrong-Hominack, Ms. DeYoung, Mr. Sinclair, Mr. Bouchard, Mr. Singh, Ms. Lovely, Mrs. Johnson.
Mr. Speaker, total for the amendment 32, total against 45.
That amendment is defeated. Honourable members, on third reading of Bill 2, the Alberta Pension Protection Act, as proposed by the Honourable the Minister of Finance, the President of Treasury Board, all those in favour of third reading, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. In my opinion, the ayes have it. That motion is carried and so ordered, and a division has been called. Call in the members. Honourable members, on third reading of Bill 2, all those in favour of third reading, please rise.
The Honourable Mr. Guthrie, the Honourable Mr. Glubish, the Honourable Mr. Nicolaides, the Honourable Mr. Williams, the Honourable Minister LaGrange, the Honourable Mr. Horner, the Honourable Mr. Scow, the Honourable Mr. Ellis, the Honourable Mr. Amory, the Honourable Mr. Newdorf, the Honourable Mr. Lowen, the Honourable Mr. Wilson, the Honourable Mr. Jean, the Honourable Mr. Dreesen, Mr. Long, Mr. Yao, the Honourable Mr. Turton, the Honourable Mr. Nally, the Honourable Mr. McIver, the Honourable Ms. Furr, the Honourable Mr. Jones, the Honourable Mrs. Sawney, Mr. Getson, the Honourable Mr. Sigurdsson, the Honourable Mr. Yassine, the Honourable Mr. Hunter, Mr. Rosewell, Mr. Van Dyken, Ms. Pitt, Mr. Sear, Mr. Lunty, Mr. Wiebe, Mr. Boychenko, Mr. McDougall, Mr. Wright, Mrs. Petrovic, Mr. Stefan, Mr. Dick, the Honourable Ms. Armstrong-Homenack, Ms. DeYoung, Mr. Sinclair, Mr. Bouchard, Mr. Singh, Ms. Lovely, Mrs. Johnson.
All those opposed, please rise.
The Honourable Ms. Notley, Mr. Shepherd, Member El-Maliki, the Honourable Ms. Ganley, Ms. Wright, the Honourable Member Phillips, the Honourable Ms. Gray, the Honourable Member Ceci, the Honourable Mr. Sabir, the Honourable Member Hoffman, Ms. Hoyle, Ms. Pancholi, Mr. Ellingson, Ms. Renault, Ms. Chapman, Member Irwin, Ms. El-Shanaid, the Honourable Mr. Egan, Member Kayende, Mr. Diol, Member Tejada, Mr. Epp, the Honourable Ms. Sigurdsson, Dr. Metz, Mr. Kozowski, Member Eremenko, Ms. Goring, Member Beaupre, Member Batten, Mr. Dack, Ms. Hayter, Member Barr.
Mr. Speaker, total for the motion 45, total against 32.
That motion is carried and so ordered.
Bill 2, Alberta Pension Protection Act is now read a third time. Under Government Bills and Orders for third reading, Bill 9, Miscellaneous Statutes Amendment Act 2023, the Honourable Mr. Scow.
The Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move third reading of Bill 9, the Miscellaneous Statutes Amendment Act 2023.
Honourable members, this is a debatable motion. Is there any, I see the official opposition House Leader has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise not to speak to Bill 9, but to raise a point of privilege at this time. The matter of privilege is regarding threatening comments made by the Government House Leader against the member for Edmonton-Whitemud during bill debate earlier this evening. As per Standing Order 15, I am raising this question of privilege in the Assembly immediately after the words were uttered and the events occurred, having taken the time to speak with members involved and to make arguments to you, Mr. Speaker. The prima facie case is that the Government House Leader was overheard to say to me, speaking about the member for Edmonton-Whitemud, control her, and, quote, deal with her or I will deal with her. I'm raising this having just now had time to debrief the members involved. This is a classic case of privilege, a physical threat being made to this member, and to be very clear, the member for Edmonton-Whitemud views the comments as a threat. It has made her feel unsafe and threatened. Her ability to perform work as an MLA is impeded by feeling threatened in this place. I would appreciate it if you would make available to both government and opposition the audio from their microphones or a version of the blues that captures the dialogue occurring at the time, as I have also gone back to review the video, and this was heckling during a very raucous moment in the chamber, and I do not believe it will be found on the blues, and yet it was an important back and forth in this place. This happened at approximately 9:15. As the Minister of Justice was concluding his comments. Now, Mr. Speaker, given the language used, I believe that any reasonable person would conclude that the words uttered by the Government House Leader were meant to convey a threat and even imply violence. In other words, they were meant to intimidate. In parliamentary privilege in Canada, by Mango, it states that members are entitled to go about their parliamentary business undisturbed. The assaulting, menacing, or insulting of any member on the floor of this House, or while he or she is coming or going to and from the House, or on an account of his behaviour during a proceeding in Parliament is a violation of the rights of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, House of Commons Procedures and Practice, the 3rd edition, states on page 107 and 108, in order to fulfil their parliamentary duties, members should be able to go about their parliamentary business undisturbed. Assaulting, threatening, or insulting a member during the proceedings of Parliament or while the member is circulating within the Parliament precinct is a violation of the rights of Parliament. Any form of intimidation of a member is verboten of a member with respect to the member's actions during the proceedings in Parliament could amount to contempt. Now, Erskine May Parliamentary Practice discusses intimidation on page 146, and it states to attempt to intimidate a member in his parliamentary conduct by threats is also a contempt. Cognate to those mentioned above, actions of this character which have been proceeded against include impugning the conduct of members and threatening them with further exposure if they took part in debates. There are also a few examples, Mr. Speaker, threatening to communicate with members' constituents to the effect that they did not reply to a questionnaire, they should be considered as not objecting to certain sports, publishing posters containing a threat regarding the voting of a member at a forthcoming debate, informing members that to vote for a particular bill would be regarded as treasonable by a future administration, summoning a member to a disciplinary hearing of his trade union in consequence of a vote given in the House, and threatening to end investment by a public corporation in a member's constituency if the member persisted in making speeches along the lines of those in a preceding debate. I would also draw your attention to the House of Commons procedural information page, which indicates that, quote, matters that have been found to be prima facie include the intimidation of members. And a similar situation, Mr. Speaker, in December 5th, 2017, made by the government House Leader of the day, Mr. Brian Mason, when there was an alleged threatening gesture. He felt that there was a prima facie breach of privilege due to how the government viewed the threatening gesture made by a member of the opposition. The government House Leader is in a position of power in this place. We've seen him call points of order on the member for Edmonton-Whitemud many, many times. If he was referring to calling a point of order, he would have done that. Deal with her or I will deal with her is threatening language, Mr. Speaker. Now, I will conclude that it is, in my opinion, this is not a matter of debate. It was meant by the government House Leader to threaten and attempt to intimidate the member for Edmonton-Whitemud in the performance and execution of her parliamentary duties. I believe this is a prima facie question of privilege. That being said, Mr. Speaker, the opportunity to review the audio and to be certain of what was or was not said would be, I believe, incredibly important in this case. I would appreciate the opportunity to potentially amend or add on to these arguments, having had the opportunity to review a real transcript of what transpired, because this is of a very serious nature. Thank you for hearing my arguments, Mr. Speaker.
Well, honourable members, I do agree with the honourable official opposition House Leader that a matter of privilege is serious and ought to be dealt with in an appropriate manner. I'm sure all members will be aware of Standing Order 15, which deals specifically with privilege, and in particular, the notice that may or may not be required with respect to matters of privilege arising, and the Assembly dealing with them at the earliest possible opportunity. It's important, I think, that we point to Standing Order number 5. A member may always rise on a question of privilege in the Assembly immediately following the words that are uttered or the events that have occurred to give rise to the question in which the case written notice under subsection 2 is not required. The standing orders proceed to say the Speaker may allow such debate as he or she thinks appropriate in order to determine whether a prima facie case of breach of privilege has taken place and whether the matter is being raised at the earliest opportunity. And if the Speaker so rules, any member may give notice no later than the conclusion of the next sitting day. The other important note here in Standing Order 15 for the benefit of all members is that if the Speaker is of the opinion that the matter may not be fairly dealt with at the time, the Speaker may defer debate on the matter to a time that he or she determines when it may be fairly dealt with. I think we've heard from the official opposition House Leader with the accusations that have been made with respect to privilege. She has made some requests of the Speaker. It is a well-known fact that at this point in time the Speaker also doesn't have the benefit of the blues and the Speaker would be reluctant to rely on such an accusation without an accurate record of such comments, I certainly will need to go to parliamentary council prior to making audio available. That would be a first inside this assembly, that the Speaker is certainly reluctant to make such a decision after midnight. I do think it's reasonable for me to provide the opportunity to the government House Leader. If he would like to make comment, he's welcome to do so. If he'd like to defer to the next sitting day, of which that day perhaps is uncertain. I would never presuppose a decision of the Assembly and whether or not the business of the Assembly will conclude this evening, or if it would be at a later date. If that business does conclude this evening, the matter of privilege would not be dealt with until the next sitting day, which in fact may be in the new year. The Honourable the Government House Leader, if you choose to comment, you can do so, or you can defer to the next sitting day. The Government House Leader.
Defer.
Honourable members, I think it is in the best interest of the Assembly, given Standing Order 15.3, and I'll repeat, if the Speaker is of the opinion that the matter may not be fairly dealt with at the time, the Speaker may defer the debate on the matter to a time which he or she determines to be fairly dealt with. I am of the opinion that this matter cannot be dealt with fairly this evening, in which case it will be dealt with at the next sitting day. For this evening, I consider this matter dealt with and concluded, and we will deal with it at our next sitting day. At which point, both the Official Opposition House Leader and the Government House Leader will be able to provide additional comments based on the information that comes from Parliamentary Council with respect to the blues or audio that may or may not have been heard. Honourable members, before the Assembly is third reading of Bill 9, the Miscellaneous Statutes Amendment Act 2023. It is a debatable motion, as you all know. Are there others wishing to join in the debate? Seeing none, I am prepared to call on the Government House Leader to close debate. Honourable members, on third reading for Bill 9, the Miscellaneous Statutes Amendment Act 2023, all those in favour of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. In my opinion, the ayes have it. That motion is carried and so ordered.
Bill 9, Miscellaneous Statutes Amendment Act 2023 is now read a third time.
Honourable members, prior to calling the Honourable the Government House Leader, I'd like to make a couple of very brief comments and thank yous. I'd like to provide thank you to all members for your participation in the debate this evening and throughout the legislative session. I'd also be remiss if I didn't thank the table for their dedicated service to our Assembly and their role in our democracy. And of course, the hundreds of other individuals who come to work every day to make our democracy work, to support our Assembly, whether it's through our safety and the Legislative Assembly security staff, the Sergeant at Arms, his team, Hansard, Broadcast, Visitor Services, the pages, all of the people who go into making our work possible. We owe them a debt of gratitude, and I hope you'll join me in thanking them. In both of the respective lounges, I have provided a very small token of my appreciation to your constituency staff. I hope that it will make it to its intended destination. My last comments for this evening is this. I believe that there is a severe winter storm warning for central Alberta and Calgary. It is now past midnight. I would be reluctant to tell members what to do, but I strongly encourage you to go home, get a good night's rest, and travel when safe to do so. I was in this Assembly when we lost a member of the Assembly. Previous to that occasion, I would have drove home tonight, but it is just not worth it. Please take care of yourselves. Have a wonderful, happy holidays, Merry Christmas. God bless you all. have a wonderful 2024, the Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate all your remarks. I appreciate your diligent effort as well, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. At this time, I do want to wish everyone a Merry Christmas, a Happy New Year, and tomorrow a Happy Hanukkah as well, our Jewish friends. But appreciate all members and their diligent work throughout this session and the first sitting of this 31st legislature. But now I wish to advise the Assembly that pursuant to Government Motion 17, the business of the 2023 fall sitting is now concluded.
Honourable members, the House stands adjourned until 2024. Merry Christmas.